m'entendez bien? Fortement. Voilà, je parle pas très fort, mais comme ça c'est mieux, vous m'entendez bien? Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2.
We are going to start in a few minutes, so take a seat, please. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Hello, and thank you for being there. You are coming from Belgium, but also all around Europe. We are very excited to start this seminar with you, to start this TADAM project with you today. I say also hello to the people who are following us online. We got nearly 50 persons interested to follow this seminar online, so they are listening us and they are with us today. So thank you and welcome. I will just start with a short explanation about the TADAM project. So it's a European project. It started in last January for 2 years. So TADAM, it's the acronym for Tools and Awareness About Disinformation, Algorithm and Media. And this is the reason we are together today to start the project and see what are we going to do in terms of awareness about artificial intelligence, algorithm, about media, in terms of reception and media production. So, we are together 9 European partners. We came together for this European project. The idea is to reflect and think together about the impact of algorithms and artificial intelligence in the media, but both in a positive and negative way, and also at production and reception level. And the project aims to exchange best practices around Europe, to exchange ideas to better media education, to design together educational resources, to really have an impact on citizens all around Europe, young pupils, but also adults, and also journalists, media, etc. So I will introduce you the partnership, the consortium. I am Bérénice Vanès from Media Animation. Media Animation is a central resource in French-speaking Belgium for media education. So we coordinate this project. And today, this seminar was organized in a partnership with the 8 other partners, but especially with UC Louvain, so the University of Louvain-la-Neuve here in Belgium. And I really thank them to coordinate the organization of this seminar and to have, I'm sure, really rich discussion today with all of you, with all the partners, with all the invited experts. So I introduced you UC Louvain from Belgium, but we have also the University of Florence with us from Italy. We also have the Tampere University from Finland, the University Paul Valéry Montpellier in France, Karpos Media in Greece, which is a media education center also in Greece, and the Institute of Communication Studies in Skopje, Macedonia, and the International Federation of Journalists, which is an organization plurinational for journalists. And as associated partner, we have IAMI, which is the International Association for Media Education. If you don't know IAMI, just get a look to the website iami.education. The idea is to create a network of media educators all around Europe and in the world to build together a network, to have stronger projects, etc., to connect people who are working in the media education field around Europe. So if you are interested, join the network. So the project. So we started in January 2024. And today and tomorrow is the first big step of the TADAM project with this major cross-perspective seminar. So here we are, and I will let Thibaut to introduce you what are we going to do today together. But after, we will organize also other step, regional workshops. So after this seminar, the idea is to organize workshops all around Europe, in each countries from the partnerships, but also other countries. If some of you are coming from other countries in Europe and maybe are willing to organize a workshop locally. So the idea is to define the issue that will be discussed during those workshops next year, from September till January, February. And in those workshops, we want to collect best practices, to collect local resources, educational resources, and ideas coming from all around Europe to better media education in terms of media educate about artificial intelligence, algorithms, and disinformation. During the whole project, so the 2 years of the project, we also launched an online workspace. It's called community.tadam.education, so this is online. The idea will be to collect results, to gather resources, and to work together also online. Then, in the summer 2025, we will organize a big major event, training event, which we called it Media Educathon. It will be in Greece. So if you want a bit better weather than in Belgium, we invite you in Greece next year. The idea is to train media educators, to share the results from our workshop, to present the best resources we discovered together, and to co-design educational resources together with media educators in Greece. And of course, during the whole project, we will have a continuous communication and dissemination. So get in touch with us, get in touch with the project TADAM to know what we have made, to connect also with your own network, your own organization, and to spread the resources, the practices we discovered for a better media education. Just a few words about the the online space community.tadam.education. So if you have an interesting article to share, if you want to launch a discussion, if you have an interesting website to visit, if you want to speak a bit more about a subject, from today, we invite you to connect to this space, It will be open during all along the project. It's really a collaborative workspace to interact together, to get in touch together, and to share resources. So you can connect to the website, create your login to be a member of the community. And it will become the central space all along the project to discuss, exchange. Also, when we're going to organize, for example, a workshop in Italy or in Greece, we will share the results there to exchange, to discuss, to see what happened abroad, what happened in the other region of Europe, and really to connect people and to network about the project. So I really invite you from today to create an account on the community and to share ideas. You will see there is 4 groups about the 4 thematics of today. So let's start, let's discuss there, and let's share article, resources, or idea you want to share with the other attendees. Thank you, and I let the floor to Thibaut.
Thank you, Berenice. That's okay? Oh, okay. Dear colleagues, dear participants, it's really a pleasure to welcome you here in the university city of Louvain-la-Neuve. It's not always warm, but the atmosphere certainly will be, I expect. We are thrilled, of course, to welcome so many experts from all around Europe that will bring their experience and expertise around the role of AI in education. We have numerous participants also from academia, from the media, also from education and various associations, so welcome and thank you for being here. That's really a pleasure to have you. I would like also to acknowledge the participants who are at the distance, so if you have colleagues that could be interested, don't hesitate to share the link from the websites. They can follow us at the distance, that's important. And they will bring also and participate to the discussions. You will see that we will use a tool, WooClap, I will show you, to be more interactive during all the session. The cross-perspective seminar today is, the objective is really to get insights, to nurture our thinking or reflection about the place and the role of AI, especially in the media and in journalistic practices, but more broadly the different issues around the evolution of AI and the evolution of the use of AI by different persons, different publics. That's the objectives of today. We really believe that we can build together a community of experts, a community of experience, but also a community of sharing ideas and good practices around media education on the topic of AI and literacy around AI. I just follow my text just to be sure to not forget something. Of course, we would like to foster a participatory approach. Today, this is the seminar. Tomorrow, we will have some partnership workshops just to start thinking about future activities that we will get in the different countries participating to this program, and also to all partners who are probably interested of doing the same thing in their own countries. Maybe you can just to show you the different objectives. Of course, the first objective is to have a transnational exchange. Every country have their own initiatives, also their own partners, their own networks, and that's interesting to see what are the challenges of education around AI in your country, and put together all the good ideas, put together all the good projects to explore the future perspectives that we can have around this topic. The second one is the cross-sector collaboration. As I said, that's not just a university project or just an association project or just a journalistic project. It's the cross-perspective approach. So we are sure that that's the way the media education initiatives should work in the future. That's important. And as I said, the third one is the participatory methodology. So you will see that today we will have panels, we will have interaction through WooClap, and at the end of this day we will have a kind of collective intelligence exercise, you will see, boosted by AI, but mostly boosted by human intelligence, your intelligence, my a little bit intelligence, and we will work on that. Next slide, please. So, to participate, I invite you to go to these websites or to scan with your smartphone this QR code. With the smartphone, for the end of the day, it will be a little bit more difficult to participate to the collective intelligence exercise on a smartphone, or you are limited, in fact. But for the rest, it's quite easy to answer the different questions you will have. You can go also to wooclap.com and enter the event code TADAM 2024. I don't know if you are connected. You can create a nickname or something like that. That's not necessary. So I don't know if everybody is connected. Is it okay for you? Yeah? I will just wait a few seconds. That's like with my students when I use WooClap. I have to wait a few seconds. Okay, we can start with the first question. So the next slide, so that's and over. Oh, it's going? Yes. So the first question is quite easy. I think that you will have it on your smartphone. Please indicate to which profile, that's in bracket, profiles you belong. Of course, there are several choices possible. So we see the number of answers, and we can show you, okay, most of us are researchers, and a lot of other. So great. Okay, I think it's, I'm just evaluating how long time it takes to answer the questions. Everybody has answers? Okay. Next slides, next questions, there's a few 5 questions it will be. In which sector do you work? Several choices possible also. Education, media, IT platform, research, other. I hope we will have other. You can explain also in comments if you are from other. That's interesting to also see where you come from. Okay, we also research, education. Of course, as academic, we're in education and research. That's for sure. Media, IT platforms, great. You see, we have a good diversity in the audience. So maybe next questions. That's more interesting. We will try that. When you think of artificial intelligence in relation to information in the media, what words come spontaneously to mind? When you think about that, what is the first words? Disinformation, bias, careful. Tool, fake news, okay. Yeah, you can put several words. You can do it again and again, normally. And so in the size of the words, it's like a word cloud. The size of the words means that different persons has put the same word. LLM, you have to explain that after that. We have some USA, that's interesting. Deepfake. Okay, you see that. we will stop at this. You will be sick to see the workload sliding like this. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, how interested are you in the different themes of this seminar? 1 is very little interest, and 10 is very high interest. I hope that there will be interest in the different topics we've put in the seminar. That's interesting. That's the first time that I use the radar chart visual. That's interesting too. Okay, great. It seems that you are interested of the different themes of this day. That's great. Thank you. Next, please. How interested are you in these cross-cutting issues? AI and ethics, AI and regulation, AI and equity, diversity, inclusion, AI and positive impacts. We suppose that you are also, we hope, so interested to all those topics. Okay, great. We have framed our seminar in quite a good way, if I see that. But that's probably the reason why you are here. That's because you find it interesting when you see when you take a look at the program. So, okay, next slide. So, just a few words about the program. So, I have the pleasure to welcome first my esteemed colleague, my friend, and also he was my former thesis advisor, Pierre Fastre, who is there. He is Senior Research Associate at the Belgium National Fund for Scientific Research. And Pierre is a leading researcher in media literacy, media and information literacy, especially media and information literacy evaluation. He has recently published a handbook, a global handbook about the different methodologies and methods that we can use in evaluating media literacy. So I invite you to take a look to this great proposal. And he accepted, when I presented the project, and he accepted to introduce and to frame and some participate to this program. We are so pleased to have so the table. So we have invited expert and of course TADAM expert associated directly to the project and linked to the different partners. Thank you also, because we have really a lot of diversity and experience. So the panel will work. You will see that I will show that there will be a moderator for each panel. I will start with the first panel. We also have take noters, and thank you to them. It will be important for the end of the exercise. You will see our exercise. That's like a game. In fact, I like game. In fact, so the panel will work like that, and you will see that after 5 minutes. The slide will change, and you will see the WooClap questions, quite general, and you can react on this question. The question is quite simple. It's about the priorities or the main things you see on this topic based on your own experience, but also based on the different exchanges during the panel. So you can react, and maybe the moderator can take a look, or the different participants sometimes can take a look and say, oh, okay, that's interesting, and we can react on that. And of course, at the end of every panel, there will be questions and answer sessions. That's if that's okay. Oh. So the panel is in the morning. We have a lunch time around 12:45, I think, and the afternoon up to 3 hours. We have a break. And we have the pleasure also, we start with an expert, we end the day with an expert, and Manuel Gentile from the Council, the National, I will read, the National Research Council of Italia, who accepted also to be the expert who will take a look to every panels and make synthesis and like a brain-shaking reflection on the different panels. And as I said, for the wrap-up, we end with collaborative integration, but that's I keep the surprise how it will look like. So thank you again. And now I would like to hand over to Pierre Fastré. Thank you, Pierre. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Thibaut. I'm honored to be able to open this day. The title of my talk, which I assume will be appearing in a few seconds on this screen, thanks to Alessandro's magic, is Rethinking Media and Information Literacy in an AI-Driven World. This is a title that was proposed to me by Thibaut and Alessandro, so the presentation is basically made to order. And I hope you will find it interesting. This seems to be in, okay, thank you, perfect. So I want to start with a disclaimer. Okay, so just for the future, I will be doing this with it, okay. Okay, first line. I will admit that I do know a thing or two about media literacy, but, yeah, sure. We just have to, you know, settle on the right way to function together. I am not an AI literacy specialist, if such a thing exists. Next one. I am not an AI specialist, and I know there are probably at least a couple of AI specialists in the room. The order I was given was to open up some perspectives. Yeah, so that's my third point. I am not an AI, which is probably a good news. And I was asked to give you some perspectives from someone who is not a specialist on AI and media literacy. Although I will admit, and this is my last point in the disclaimer, that, oh, why does this appear grayed out? I don't know. Anyway, parts of this talk may or may not have been generated by an AI. You have been warned. Let's see where this leads us. So I started reflecting on what I could talk about this morning with the description of the TADAM project, which is, as you have been reminded, about disinformation algorithms and the media, and is meant to raise awareness about the impact of AI and algorithms in the media. So the first thing I want to do, and this will be the first part of my talk, is to try to find some common ground with you about what we mean by AI and what we mean by media and what we mean by media literacy. So the first questions I will ask is, what exactly do we mean by these things? So we have a feeling that we're talking about the same thing, right? And then the rest of my talk will be divided into two parts. The first part will be dedicated to what doesn't change. I will try to explore very briefly what are the things that are in media literacy and media literacy education's missions that do not seem to change in the age of AI, that are still relevant as of today and probably in the near future. And then the rest of the talk will be dedicated to changes and challenges. So what does change and how do we have to rethink some of the things that we've been thinking about media literacy over the last few decades. So first part, what are we talking about exactly, and specifically what are we talking about when we're talking about AI? And this will be very basic. Again, I'm not an AI specialist. Next slide, please. So algorithms and artificial intelligence in the media. Obviously, we're not going to talk about AI in general. I'm going to focus specifically on the way AI inserted itself into our media landscape. And this is something I guess we can summarize in two waves. The first one would be the wave of recommendation and curation systems, so systems recommending content to you and curating it for you through filters that are actually algorithms. And the second wave that comes with generative AI focuses this time not on recommendation of existing content, but on content creation. So personalized recommendation through algorithms is something that is not new. It's actually been around for decades now. If you were around in the mid-90s, you probably remember looking at Amazon, the Amazon website, suggesting that if you purchased a DVD or a book, you will probably like another book or another DVD. So the fact that algorithms collaboratively filter content to recommend content to us is something that's been around for decades, first in e-commerce websites, then on social media, obviously, and of course also increasingly in news outlets suggesting news that might be of interest to you. In this scenario, content is still, at least in most cases, generated by humans, but it's filtered by algorithms. The second wave is the wave of multimodal content creation through generative AI this time. As far as I can tell, the tools of generative AI have first been made available to professionals. The generation of news articles in some very specific instances has been around for a little more than, well, I would say roughly 10 years now. And then about a year and a half ago, Midjourney, DALL-E, and then ChatGPT were released to the world and were made available to the general public. In this scenario, content is not generated by humans anymore, it's generated by AI, most of the time at a human's request, and then sometimes at the request of another AI, which itself responds to another AI, etc. So these two waves of artificial intelligence have been described both in terms of benefits and in terms of threats. The risks and opportunities has been looked upon, probably frowned upon a number of times from the perspective of media literacy. It's probably not the best approach, but at least it gives you a primer on how to approach these. So in terms of benefits, and this is according to ChatGPT, the motivations for developing AI are really wide-ranging in the world of the media. They concern major advances in content creation, content moderation, personalized recommendation, enhanced search and discovery, video and audio analysis, advertising, visual effects, user engagement, etc., etc. So there are a lot of upsides to the development of AI if you ask AI. In terms of threats, the side effects of these developments may include risks for our relationship to the truth, with the rise of disinformation and misinformation, the development of deep fakes, the possibility of having one's identity stolen by an artificial intelligence. Side effects about representation, the way our reality is depicted and represented through the lens of AI, with issues related to bias and fairness, with the issue of filter bubbles, making media users prisoners of their own preferences. Sociability, with the confusion, or the increasingly possible confusion between relationships between humans and relationships between humans and AI. And finally, the total extinction of our species, the AI apocalypse. I'm not going to talk about this today, but this is among the things that we have been warned about, including from people who were the first ones to develop these AI tools. This screen capture is something that I captured from the video, The AI Dilemma, which is kind of the second step to, if you saw the documentary, the social, what was it? The social, oh, come on. I'm blanking right now. The Social Dilemma, that was the title. Okay, so Tristan Harris and Asa Raskin, this was the second step. This was, I think, only broadcast on YouTube. And their take on our encounter with AI is this one. Our first contact with AI was essentially social media, and it caused all of these things: information overload, addiction, doom scrolling, QAnon, shortened attention spans, fake news, etc., etc. The second contact with AI is generative AI, and this is what's really the focus of their second video. And it comes with total reality collapse, automated cyber weapons, automated lobbying, AZ testing of everything, etc., etc. The question I want to ask when you see this diagnosis is, are we all doomed? And the background of this slide is something that I borrowed from the same documentary again, which pictures AI as having a face that offers something, some benefits, and then this tentacular monster that is behind the face that entangles itself with all aspects of society. So The first contact with AI was the contact of curation, and the goal of AI was to maximize engagement. There is a computer or a server pointed at your brain that will give you content that will keep you engaged at all costs. The second contact was the contact focused on creation, so generative AI, and the goal of AI, they say, is to increase its capabilities and to entangle itself with all of society. The question I want to ask is it even worth considering the role of media and information literacy in this situation? Is it still worth it, or is it too late? Should we be fighting just for more regulation and not for more education? Of course, I mean these questions as a provocation to all of you. And finally, is promoting media and information literacy blaming digital media users instead of holding the tech or the media industry accountable? Should we just focus on the tech and media industry and ask them to regulate their own creations instead of trying to educate the population? I will give you an argument about maybe splitting the issues that we need to address based on regulation and based on education a little later. So this is for AI. Now, what are we talking about when we talk about media literacy? I'm going to have to ask one of you, because I don't have a clock, to tell me when I have like 10 minutes left so I can adjust. Thank you. I'm not going to give you a full expose on what media means. I'm just going to take one definition that I've been using and we've been using in a research group over and over again. This is actually a very old definition of media by James A. Anderson and his colleague Meyer in 1988 in a book called Mediated Communication, A Social Action Perspective. So James Anderson and Tim Meyer said this: a medium is a recognizable human activity that organizes reality into readable text for engagement. This might be a little cryptic. It might not sound like the most obvious definition of media. A medium is not defined here as a means of transporting information or as a technological infrastructure or as an institution. It says it's a human activity and it's recognizable by a number of criteria. It has a certain status or a certain standing, so it is institutionalized. It comes with technologies, specific technologies to practice these activities. It has manners of organizing the texts that it produces. It produces text in the widest possible sense it is defined. That is any kind of trace that can actually be interpreted and meaningful to some audience or some community that produced it. And it lives only through enacting performances. So media are activities, and I really want to focus on this because it gives us an entry into reflecting about what media and media literacy are and the role of AI in media. Media are not instruments, they are human activities. So these activities are essentially, or at least that's as they were defined historically by Anderson and Meyer, reception and production activities. Television comes with a number of activities to produce content and to receive content, but this also applies to social media or to a number of things that are practiced through AI today. These activities involve specific interpretive practices in specific knowledge and specific skills. And the text that we are talking about, as I said, is in the widest sense defined by semiotics. These activities are enacted through situated performances, which means that the texts that we are looking at, even the same, so to speak, the same text, the same film, the same video, the same article, might not be the same from the producer's point of view or from the receiver's point of view. And finally, I want to add that these performances, these situated performances are, or I will say that they are, the practices through which the competence that we call media literacy becomes manifest. So by practicing media, we exercise our media literacy. This is how I want to frame the whole media and media literacy debate today. So 3 more definitions. The first one is the one I just showed you. A medium is a recognizable human activity, blah, blah, blah. The second one is by René Hobbes, who says, literacy is beginning to be understood as the ability to share meaning through symbol systems in order to fully participate in society. So it's not just about the written text anymore, it's about any symbol system that allows us to share meaning through text, again, to participate in society. So if you blend these 2 definitions, and this is maybe an unfortunate blend that I allowed myself to do, It would define media literacy as the ability to participate in recognizable human activities that organize reality into shared, readable, and meaningful texts for engagement in society. This is a working definition of what media literacy is. So, in that context, is AI a medium? My first answer would be nope. AI is not a medium. AI is not an activity. It's not a recognizable human activity. It's one of the technologies used in a variety of media activities. So the question we should be asking is, what does AI change in these media activities, both in production activities and reception activities? And also, does it define new media activities? And hence, should we focus on these new media activities to educate people and develop their new forms of media literacy? So this was, what are we talking about when we talk about AI? What are we talking about when we talk about the media? I want to now address the issue of what, well, okay, let's switch to this. Maybe go back one step so I can read the question. What doesn't change in the context of AI when we talk about media literacy? Or to put it differently, do the seminal ideas of contemporary media education change in the face of AI? And I happened to stumble upon a quote by Kathleen Tyner in her book Literacy in the Digital World in 1998, who herself quoted Len Masterman in the mid-90s, summarizing the theoretical basis for media education in Europe that have emerged since the 1970s. And this summary comes into 8 principles. The first principle is the central and unifying concept of media education is that of representation. The issue we should focus on is how media represent the world. A central purpose of media education is to denaturalize the media, that is, to make what appears to be natural, unnatural, so that we can look at it with new eyes and new perspectives. Media education is primarily investigative. It's not about imposing a certain understanding of the world. It's about teaching how to inquire about the media, and inquiry-based learning is a great part of, historically, of media education. Media education is organized around key concepts, and I will come back to this in a few seconds, in a few minutes, which are analytical tools rather than content. So again, tools for asking relevant questions about the media. Media education is a lifelong process. It's not a one-step process. It accompanies you throughout your life. Media education aims to foster not simply critical understanding, but critical autonomy. It's not about understanding something critically within a certain activity, within a certain media education workshop. It's about applying this critical outlook to all the experiences you will have with media in the future. The effectiveness of media education can be evaluated by the ability of students to apply what they know in new situations. And by the way, this is like the textbook definition of competence. And B, the amount of commitment, interest, and motivation displayed by students. Media education, finally, is topical and opportunistic. So it comes whatever comes its way and makes it an object of analysis. I didn't want to comment this quote before I showed it to you. It was written 30 years ago, and I challenge you to take any one of these 8 principles and argue that they are not relevant today in the face of AI. To me, all of these 8 principles are still relevant today. The missions of media education have not changed. It's just that the technological apparatus and its social consequences have changed the media landscape. Still, all of these things remain valid and relevant today. So the next question I want to ask, and I will take just 3 examples here, is how do old, so to speak, or last generation media literacy frameworks hold in the age of generative AI? And the 3 examples I will take are the core concepts approach, or the key concepts approach to media literacy, the list of essential competencies for digital media literacy devised by René Hobbs, and our own, or my own, matricial definition of media literacy, because you're never better served by anyone than by yourself, so I might as well plug my own work in this presentation. So, the core concepts and key questions approach to media literacy is, I think, the most representative historical approach to media literacy and media education, at least in Europe for the past decades. And it comes in different flavors. The BFI in the late 80s came up with these categories of key concepts: media agencies, media categories, media technologies, media languages, audiences, and representations, that all come with critical questions. Hobbs and Frost used their own in one of their flagship papers. The Center for Media Literacy has its own, and of course you will see that these concepts are not always the same, but still they hit upon pretty much the same notes every time. The critical media literacy crew devised their own list with a hint of critical theory in the concepts, but still you can find things on languages, audiences, representation, and institutions that we'll find in other versions. Here's an Australian version for the Media Literacy Framework, the version of the National Association for Media Literacy Education in the US, and then finally David Buckingham's own version, which only comes with 4 concepts: media language, representation, production, and audiences. In all of these frameworks, media literacy education is conceived as a set of key concepts that give you different perspectives to analyze media from a textual and a contextual point of view. And as a matter of fact, I don't even have to make the argument that this still applies to at least the first generation of AI in this case, because David Buckingham did it for me, well, did it for all of us, of course, in his Media Education Manifesto. There's a whole chapter on applying these concepts on social media, a technology born and infused with first-generation AI, algorithm-based AI, and David Buckingham makes a very convincing argument that looking at these social media from the perspective of the media languages that they use, from the way they represent the world, the way they are produced industrially, and the way they address and hook their audiences is still very much relevant. So textual and contextual analysis with key concepts is still very much needed today. Maybe the one thing or the first thing that comes to mind when you look at these 4 concepts and you think about generative AI is the concept of production. Who produces content in the age of AI? Who is exactly the creator or the generator of content is a question that becomes a little more complicated, and I will come back to that in a few. Hobbes' own framework, the essential competencies of digital and media literacy: accessing media, being able to analyze and evaluate them, being able to create your own media content, to reflect on your action with media, and to act and to engage at different levels of society through media. Again, I think these 5 categories still work pretty well in the age of AI. AI-driven media doesn't change the fact that you access, that you should analyze, create, reflect on your actions, and engage in society through and with media. Third example, media literacy competence, the way we've come to define it, and I say we because this is something that we devised first and foremost, myself and my colleague Thierry de Smet, and then other colleagues in our research group over the years, which kind of took the liberty or the idea of decoupling and re-articulating the 2 perspectives that I just showed you. So a perspective on different dimensions of media and a perspective on different types of activities. The first one being close to the key concept, the second one being close to the Hobbes' essential competencies. So the first thing I will talk about are media as media objects. So I'm going to talk about media objects because I said media are not objects, they are not texts, they are not devices, they are activities. So when I want to refer to messages, documents, videos, text, articles, and so on, but also to the tools and the technology that allow the creation of these messages or these texts, well, I will use the phrase, and it's not really pretty, but I will use the phrase media objects. And media objects can be considered from a technical point of view. They are, after all, artifacts. They are constructed through technology, with technology. They have certain affordances. They can be looked at from a semiotic perspective. They are essentially using sign systems to refer to something else than themselves. They represent different aspects of realities or possible realities. And then finally, media objects can be looked upon from a social perspective. They are produced by communities of humans for other communities of humans with certain intentions, certain effects. There are ethical, economical, political dimensions attached to all of these media objects that circulate among us. And this I will just summarize and cram behind the word social perspective on media. So this is the first way of looking at media literacy. And the second one is in terms of activities. I will argue, or I have been arguing for almost 15 years now, that there are 4 keywords that can summarize what media literacy is about. And of course, 2 of them are attached to a more traditional definition of literacy, that is reading and writing, but that we should augment them with navigating and organizing. So reading is about not only decoding, but also understanding and evaluating media objects, media texts, media technologies, and so on. Navigating is about exploring, searching, selecting texts, people, and technologies. Writing is about being able to create and distribute one's own media productions. And organizing is about really creating relationships between different types of text and objects, categorizing, annotating, keeping media documents, technologies, and relationships. So the crossing between these 2 creates a 2-entry table or a matrix that defines media literacy as the ability to read, navigate, write, and organize media from a technical, a semiotic, and a social point of view. And this is the lens that I will be using for a good part of the remainder of this talk. One specificity I might draw your attention to is the following. Reading, writing, navigating, and organizing have a logic to it. 2 of these are essentially receiving activities, and 2 of them are producing activities. The difference between the 2 are the focus either on one media object, one media text, for example, at a time. So when you're receiving one media text at a time, you're basically reading it. When you're producing, you are writing it. And when you are faced with a collection or many collections of media objects, well, the reception activity becomes an activity of navigation, and the production activity becomes an activity of producing relationships and organization, so organizing. This table has a minor importance in this talk because it will come back later in a few slides. So again, final slide for this one. I argued that media objects could be looked upon from a technical, a semiotic, and social point of view. I just want to, again, draw your attention to you that this is basically another way of grouping what I've described in the terms of the core or the key concepts of media literacy. So technologies, for example, I took here the example of the BFI's own framework written up by Carrie Bazalgette. Technologies are a technical perspective. Languages and categories and representations have to do with semiotics. The social point of view is represented by agencies, audiences, representation, certainly. So these are just different ways of looking at the same thing. Okay, so my argument so far has been, well, these old frameworks that we have for media literacies are still pretty much relevant as of today in the age of AI. The question becomes, what changes, what are the challenges that we are facing? And I want to look at them through the lens that I just presented to you in terms of what are the new activities that emerge with AI, and then what are the new social, technical, and semiotic perspectives that emerge as part of the emergence of AI. So, new activities first. I just said we could summarize media literacy in terms of reading, writing, navigating, and organizing. Well, there's probably a number of in-between things that have appeared over the years, and certainly since the emergence of social media, with all the activities that are kind of neither fully reception, neither fully production, activities of liking, sharing, commenting, ratifying, relaying, remixing content, are activities where you are both reading and producing something about the content you read at the same time. So probably we should rethink the opposition between receiving and producing as a continuum with different positions and not just reading and writing. The same thing goes for the column of interacting with many collections of objects. Between navigating and organizing, social media has emphasized the need for curation. Curation is both organization and navigation, and for editorialization, which is also a way of reusing parts of things that were previously published, edited, or made available in a new editorialized context. So in the age of algorithm-based AI, this in-between is probably represented by the figure of the expert remixer and the expert curator, which is neither the expert reader analyst nor the expert writer. It's something in between. And then what about generative AI? And I make here two different suggestions. The first one is prompting. The main way for us today to use generative AI is to devise prompts that cause the generative AI, the LMM, to generate content. It's not really writing. You're not writing the content. You're not composing the image or the video. You're suggesting ways for the AI to generate content. So how does that affect the way we think about writing and the way we think about authorship is something that is probably needed to be thought about. But also, and this is where I inserted training, as of today, most of the technologies, the AI technologies that are made available to the general public are only available as final products, but we may think that in the future, maybe for most of us, or at least some of us with some technical background, training our own large language model and choosing the data it is trained on to generate content might become an option. So it's not about writing, it's not about reading, it's about organizing a corpus of data and feeding it into an AI so that you can use it then to generate new content. So in the face of generative AI, the experts, the media literacy experts we are thinking about might be bot prompters on the one hand and large language model trainers on the other. And again, this is probably very short-sighted because we don't have much perspective today. So new activities, that's it. Now what about new social, techno, or semiotic perspectives on media? And this is where I will basically invite you to think about 3 ways, or 4 ways really, to think about the integration of AI in media literacy. These are very partial ways. I have by no means the feeling that I covered the whole map, but still these are just suggestions. So the first suggestion will be to think about the reintegration of the technical dimension into media literacy. The second one will be an invitation to abandon the notion of disinformation, or at least to shift mainly from disinformation to issues of representation. The third one will be to explore the entailments of what it means to generate content with an AI, and then the fourth one will be an invitation to denaturalize AI when we think about them as human agents. Okay, thank you. Okay, so first, the technological perspectives on media. I make the assessment that the technological side of media have not been center stage in decades in media literacy. When you look at these key concepts that I showed you, the first versions did include a concept of technologies, but very rapidly the definition between, well, first there was a shift from technologies to techniques, and then what was hidden behind the word technique was how does media use techniques to attract your attention or to appeal to you. And these techniques were very much semiotic techniques, the way they used sign systems, music, drama, and so on to attract attention, and not so much technical details about the functioning of media. The only way the technical functioning about media has been involved in media literacy is as a way to teach people, children most of the time, how to operate media apparatus correctly so that they could produce and make media in the hopes that they would better understand how it is made. But the critical understanding of the technical functioning of media has not really been center stage historically in media education. And we've argued with Thibault in a paper that was published a few years ago that this technical dimension needed to be put a little more in the front and needed to be re-articulated with the semiotic and the social dimensions. So it's about integrating what, again, Kathleen Tyner called the tool literacies and the literacies of representation to foster a critical understanding of media that has a strong technical dimension. And that can start by understanding technology as cognitive artifacts. That is, artifacts, objects that are fabricated and constructed by humans that have certain possibilities of action and of knowledge. And asking oneself, what does this technology allow me, or allow me to do, or allow me to know? And what does this technology allow whom to know or whom to do? That is, these affordances might be different depending on the people that are using these technologies. And this is where we need to articulate the technical functioning or the understanding of the technical functioning of the tools with the understanding of their politics and how these tools are not equally accessible to all the user communities that might use them, something that Jenny Davis explored in a book published in 2020. So, yes, reintegrating the critical understanding of technology is probably critical. The problem is that even experts can fully explain AI, and I will just take an example here of a recently published paper in the New York Times that talks about how specific research groups are now researching how AI actually acquires, or how specifically generative AI actually acquires some of its abilities, which cannot be fully explained even by experts today. So how do we explain technical functioning when even the experts who designed these technologies cannot fully explain how they function and how they learn? Yet, I think from a technical perspective, the focus should probably not be specifically only on the technical side of things, but how technology articulates with social issues. And one major social issue that I've been talking about in this talk already is the issue of representation. This is a new, I think, field of application for the question of representation produced by the media, an old question in media literacy. In the age of algorithms, the world as it appears to us depends on algorithmic processing and algorithmic filtering. The question of representation is no longer a question of editorial choice, so it's no longer choices made by humans about points of views and worldviews that are presented to you. It's also a question of technical choice. What kind of algorithm filtered the content that you saw? So the question becomes, well, how can we question the system's proposals, and how can we encourage people to explore digital worlds outside of these systems proposals? How can we cultivate one's openness to serendipity? I'm not going to detail the table I included here. This is work by Dominique Cardon, who I think did a fantastic job of describing the families of algorithms and how they use different types of criteria to make decisions about the priorities in the content that get presented to media users. Second point about disinformation, and this will be a bit of a ranting because I know the issue of disinformation has taken a lot of place in media literacy and media literacy education. I think it is misguided to focus media literacy studies and media literacy research certainly on disinformation. So here's my argument. Correcting falsehoods in the media is not media literacy's job. There is a general need for upholding rules and standards for information quality, to hold whoever produces and disseminates false information accountable, not only information producers but also platforms, but this is not media literacy's job. The true versus false information dichotomy has always been a dead end for media and information literacy. It's even a dangerous one. When an authoritarian regime gets hold of this distinction, all media becomes fake news, as Trump, as many other strongmen around the world, has been using this expression for now over 10 years. This is not the way to go. Still, no one can deny that there is factually false information circulating out there. I'm not denying this, and I'm not denying this is not a huge stake, but it should not be our first priority. Holding information consumers responsible is a dead end. We should first and foremost prosecute people who distribute deliberately false information, and not think that people should be able to make the distinctions by themselves between true or false information, although, of course, critical judgment is still necessary. Media literacy should, I think, spend its energy on things that cannot be prosecuted. So falsehoods can be prosecuted in court. They can be regulated. Issues of representations cannot be regulated and should not be regulated. They're about different worldviews that people and communities hold. And this is really what should be the focus, I think, of media literacy in the age of AI. So again, to make a link with a very hot issue today, political polarization, I think, primarily comes not from fake news, but from the clash of worldviews. We have different worldviews which result from different ways of representing the world, certainly through media. And these worldviews cause people to believe falsehoods because the worldviews that they share them with their communities of belonging. This is something that we can play a role in, not about correcting falsehoods, but about understanding different worldviews and maybe promoting inter-worldview, so to speak, dialogues. Finally, eradicating fake news will not eliminate the need for media and information literacy. Even if there was only objectively true information on the internet, that would not eradicate the need for media and information literacy. So let's just forget about disinformation, and I think this is, again, I mean, this is a provocation, but at least let's not make disinformation the focus of media and information literacy. Let's put representation back at the center of the discussion. As an illustration, maybe I will skip this, and that will give me a few more minutes, so you can skip the whole thing. Okay. Third point, and then I will skip the later part of the talk, and that'll be it. Generative artificial and media literacy. What does generative mean? I think there has been too much emphasis in social commentary on intelligence, in artificial intelligence, describing these systems as intelligence, and not enough discussion of what generative means. Generative AI can generate information, and we've focused a lot on the generation of information and its relation to truth, and we kind of forget about all the other types of content that can be generated through AI, music, fiction, games, and so on. This is a much wider array of content that can be produced. What does it mean exactly to generate content based on massive data sets? Are we witnessing a major change in how media texts signify? The whole history of human communication technologies has always started with the invention of technologies to record human experiences, to record events, to record thoughts, to record arguments, to record live performances. The written word was invented for accounting in Mesopotamia. The first use of cinema was used to record whatever was in front of the camera, either real events or live performances of theater. So we've started with technologies of recording and documenting human experiences. Only then for these technologies to become creation technologies in their own rights, always associated with authorship. Existing communication technologies are always associated with authors. Generated content are not records. They are not products of an author's skill or imagination. They are something else. They don't record something, they produce something, they generate something based on massive data sets. Generated contents are neither fictional or factual, they're just probabilistic. What will be the equivalent of authorship in the age of generative AI? I honestly don't know, but I leave this question to you. Are we facing, as generated content becomes more and more important, generation of constant novelty or perpetual rehashing of the same thing based on the same data? And then finally, since generated data is really constructed, maybe this is a healthy reminder that constructedness was always media text's first characteristic. We've lived for example, about 150 years under the assumption that photographs would capture something that was in front of a camera. And so that photographs were supposed to be truthful to whatever happened in front of the camera. This was never the case for painting, where it was always clear that someone painted something. Maybe it's not going to be the case anymore with generative AI, so we're maybe just closing a parenthesis where we thought that some of these communication technologies were meant to be truthful to whatever happened and whatever was captured. Nothing is captured anymore. Okay, so just first point, okay. Again, to complement this to a large language model, generated contents are just meaningless, probable syntax of words and bundles of pictures, of pixels. And so maybe this is an invitation to shift from a reflection of authorship to a reflection on audiences. As meaning is always produced and negotiated, it is very much in the eye of the person who looks at the content. Hence, and I will not read this quote here, hence the interest of investigating the way we interpret generated content. And one very promising, I think, approach to media literacy in that respect is the investigation of interpretative filters as worked on by Alexandra Samer, Nolwenn Triondard, and Lucille Coquelin in a recent book where they report on organizing workshops where they lead students to question their own interpretive filters in the face of different types of images. What do we see in AI-generated content? How do our own cultural backgrounds shape our interpretations? This is probably something that we need to look at. And again, to the current obsession, is it generated or not, and can I spot if it's generated or not, let us remind ourselves again that all texts are constructed. Can I have 2 minutes for the last point, and then, yeah, I'm on stage, what are you gonna do, right? Okay, so a lot of these generative AI technologies present themselves as human agents we can talk to. This is not something new. Linguistic interaction is one of the two dominant metaphors in human-computer interaction, and it has been so for basically, I would say, 40 years, from the the mid-80s, sorry. Still, it's still a metaphor. When we talk to a bot, it's a metaphor, it's a simulation of a linguistic interaction. And it needs to be deconstructed, it needs to be denaturalized. We need to think about these AI bots not in terms of social agents, but in terms of socio-technical apparatus. I have a whole argument about the use of intentional vocabulary and imposing human intentions on technical systems that dates back to Lucy Suchman's work in 1987. I will not go through the details here. We have a natural tendency to impose human intentions on technological systems for a variety of reasons, even imposing intentions on the machine's behavior as a whole instead of on its different components is already a step towards conceptualizing them as social interaction, but I will not go into the details of this. Anyway, so we have this tendency of thinking about AI as agents. And I want to argue that we need to deconstruct that. We need to deconstruct the projection of intentions and the whole process of anthropomorphizing these technologies. We need to reframe them as these bots as social technical apparatus produced by an industry, and to make the underlying infrastructure that allows them to exist more visible. This is the technical understanding that I was talking about earlier. And then sometimes we can also capitalize on them. So I'm not saying that we should only think about them in terms of apparatus, but sometimes it's actually useful. And I'm here referring to Arnaud's own work with Shin Mizukoshi. So Arnaud Claes recently worked with Professor Shin Mizukoshi in Japan to customize and present a new interface, a new recommender system for news, and to anthropomorphize different settings on the platforms as different personalities of the platform to facilitate the understanding of how the platform works. They actually used different characters with different personalities. This is a way sometimes of capitalizing on the way we think of bots as social agents. Okay, I had a whole section on model users of media then and now, but I will just skip it. So Laura, you can skip to whenever you can see the next blue slide. And I just want to wrap up and leave you with a couple of ideas that I went through. Okay, next slide, please. So let's not reinvent the wheel. The overall definitions and frameworks for media literacy are still relevant today. Thinking about how AI as a new technological apparatus affects human activities, making reality intelligible, is, I think, the way to go. So how does it change all activities? How do algorithms introduce something between reading and writing? How does it define new activities? Prompting as an alternative to writing, training LLMs as configuring writing tools. How does it change perspectives on media technology, media content, and mediated social interactions? Questions of representation, authorship, and the difference between technical and social interaction. And then the last question, which I did not cover in this talk, and I apologize for this, is the wider question of who is the model user of media literacy in the age of AI, who is the model user that we're envisioning in the face of these new technologies. I apologize for going a little too fast. I thank you for your attention, and I will take any comments if you have some. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your, I suppose that all of you have a lot of questions or reaction, but we are 7 minutes a bit late, so I invite you to take a coffee and maybe have some chat with Pierre for discussing this very interesting presentation. I suppose that you have so many ideas and keep it in mind for the future panels. It will be really helpful. And thanks again, Pierre, for this so interesting presentation. So we have a break. Thank you.
Je parle carrément. Je parle comme ça. Encore, encore. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Comme ça. Là, quand je parle comme ça, encore, 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 encore. Ok.
Okay, we're back. We're back also at a distance. So thank you for being still here for this first panel. So it's, I think, a good topic to follow this very interesting introduction to discuss and go a bit further about the challenges of AI literacy and mostly on what could be AI explainability, how to work on public understanding. I will start this panel by a short biography, a short presentation of the member of this panel. After that, I will give them the floor just to maybe explain a little bit on their interest related to the subject and the topic, and maybe their actual concerns or their actual research or the actual things they are doing on this kind of topic. So first of all, I'm really pleased to introduce one of our first invited member, Professor Matthew Montebello. Thanks for being here. Professor Montebello is full professor at the Department of Artificial Intelligence of the Faculty of ICT, University of Malta. He leads the Agent Technology Research Group, don't hesitate to correct me if I'm wrong, and focuses on the application of AI in education and digital learning environments. That's true? Yeah, I'm not an AI. Secondly, first member, first partner of the TADAM project is Professor Sirkku Kotilainen. She's professor in communication sciences at Tampere University. Her research primarily addresses digital literacies and media education among children and youth, and using a co-research approach, for example, focusing on promoting media education among youth and youth at risk, for example. Thirdly, Professor Sarah Labelle is a senior lecturer at Montpellier University Paul Valéry III. That's always long with the name of the university in France. Focusing on public policies related to the information society and open data. Her research explores digital transformation, especially in media education, cultural, leisure, sociability, and citizenship. With a
steps, the initial steps, or more items to work with, tools to use within their profession, whatever profession they're doing, to be able to use AI in a profitable way. Rather than looking at AI as an inhibitor or something that is challenging us, AI should be seen as an empowerment, extending your capabilities or even your mindset. So from that point of view, I think it's not just educational, but it's also looking at AI from a professional point of view, increasing your development skills to obviously educate and as well as continue with research.
Thank you very much. Sirkku, I give you the floor.
Yes, thank you. I agree totally with the previous speaker that AI should be looked not only as challenging everything, but prohibiting something. And for example, in my field, I am not coming from technological field, not at all. But still, I understand, as I think Pierre as well highlighted, that technological aspect should take account currently in the age of AI-driven world. But it doesn't mean that all of us come engineers. But it is exactly as I understood based on your speech and Pierre's speech, that it is important to make visible the construction of.
Thank you, Sirkku. Sarah, maybe you can come with your insights. Also, it's important because we have participated to the construction of the project, and it's interesting to see how do you see your interest by participating to TADAM projects.
So we thought we carry on carried out in Montpellier try to include data, algorithm, and AI in the era of media. As it says before, all these tools and techniques can be considered as intermediaries in access of information.
Mm-hmm.
They transform the way information is produced, organized, and consumed, the way we create knowledge, the way we interact with information and knowledge. And in this research about AI, we want to straight the point that it's always in social situation, in link with social and cultural practices. If AI is already there, journalists work with AI, students learn with AI, communicate, produce post and text with AI, and we all probably do too. Clearly, it's a simple use, but as you say, we can notice a little difference between data and AI literacy. The first step with data is very high. How to read and use data, how to work with tables is very complex. Otherwise, the first step is not so high with AI. This is a simple interface, conversational environment. But in the second one, the second step, which is harder and more complex, that's a challenge to convince people that they have to learn to improve their use, I think. At this stage, there is two challenges, I think. The first one is to study with a communicational approach. That means to pay attention to mediation, observe the appropriation tactics that users deploy in practice. And the second one is to never neglect these practices. It's all about not pay only attention to what AI do to people, but what people are really do with AI, and what is the agency of people. It's a way out of a deterministic vision of the power of AI, and to see AI not an external instrument, but material product of context and practices.
Thank you. Thank you. And last but not least, Gabriele. That's interesting. Just before, just interesting that you see that we have profiles in communications and more technical in education. That's a good balance in the reflection on this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm more on educational side, and I react on what I've just heard. As you know, we have two main paths: the literacy, the AI literacy, IL, and also the empowerment. So what is called usually the IED, AI in education. So we have the instrumental part and the more awareness part. For the awareness part, the AI literacy, one of the main concerns which we are working on is the technical bar, which we need to choose. You know, there are many researchers like NG and colleagues that put the technical bar very high, setting in the knowledge required to understand the AI literacy, like deep learning or profound algorithmic knowledge. And this is complex because if you want to spread the AI literacy, the awareness, the citizenship on AI, we have to at least check what we want, because the developer on AI is not needed to be like educators. We have mainly primary students educator, so the technical part is not so high to have enough understanding for an awareness. And same is for explainability. We talked a few seconds about explainability and traceability. And explainability itself, transparency, the altai called transparency, the traceability, communication, and explainability part is very much needed in educational part, because black box is like the opposite of understanding what is happening. And also, if you want to stress the human in the loop, explainability is necessary to understand why someone is accountable for that decision. So this is just a reaction to what I just heard.
Maybe I have a first question or reaction based on your small presentation, and I see something interesting or added to the presentation of Pierre or the introduction of Pierre is a kind of two-level based on the idea of what is the technical aspects of or the black box of in how can we create explainability on that, but also with the idea of data, with the idea of context I've heard in your presentation, that also the challenges of educate about, of course, what is this technology, how can we use that, what is the effect of this use, how can we make them more explainable, but how can we make also the context of creating those technologies explainable to the different challenges. It could be ecological. We talk about data stalling or having for producing this kind of tools. And I would like to have your point of view of how to address those two contexts in the challenge of media education activities or initiatives. Maybe,
yeah. Well, I think that more than the explainability and the awareness, I think it's so important that in previous years we used to say that people need to be IT literate, and I think that's the past, literally the past. So not just for researchers, but even for society at large, it's now you need to be AI literate, and the fact that one of the disruptors being that AI will replace a job, for example. It's a fallacy, because it's a person who will replace the job, a person who is much more aware of the AI and the power of AI. A person who is empowered by the use of AI will replace another person who is not, basically. So that's a very important thing. The explainability part, to what level, to what lower level, I would say, because every system we build a higher level up to the user level. So we go high to the user level or down low level to the machine level. And how much detail would a person who is not technical or is not a developer needs to know or wants to know, actually, because the need could be there. But to what level do you want to have what the AI is proposing or inferring explained to you? So I think the explainability is important. It makes it more transparent for the user. But again, I've seen non-technical people using generative AI, writing Python or using or understanding Python code to do statistical inferences on their research. I've seen people do a literature review, which used to take them 2 to 3 weeks for a paper, do it in 2 to 3 hours. So it's being empowered. And obviously some people are resisting that. Why? Why are you resisting somebody who is using a tool to their advantage, literally? So previously we had no search engines, and then we had search engines after the 90s, because before the 90s or the 2000s, the engines weren't that good. So post-Google, everybody used search engines, and we assume that everybody, including our students, use search engines. So the same is going to happen in a couple of years' time, and we assume that, yes, everybody is using generative AI as a tool, hopefully in an ethical way. So that's a second preoccupation I would have, the ethics on one side and the data on the other side. Having said that, the tools are there to be used. So our job would be to ensure that both the data is not being abused, as well as the human-centered, as Gabriela said, the human-centric development, keeping the ethics in mind, I think is a very, very important thing. And that's where, again, explainability can come through as well. I don't want to take all the time.
I don't know if someone wants to, yeah, Sirko.
Thank you. I would like to continue from that point of view. The tools I mean, for example, I am currently working with my PhD student with at-risk youth who have disabilities in reading and writing. And the aim of the project is to increase their awareness of AI. And the way we are working is to use tools of generative AI, them to produce as authors, radio programs, and broadcast them. So I suggest, as a pedagogical point of view, even any level with any users, even with disabilities, to use those tools. But if we think as media educators, it is not only to use, not only using something will produce awareness or critical size to what you have been producing. It is the critical discussion afterwards or other means of tools, them to evaluate, reflect what they did. And again, one point which came from Pierre's presentation is sharing. If we think about this ethical point, it reaches still the content level as well of the media. AI is not a media, I agree with Pierre. It's a kind of adding to a media. Still, we are talking here about AI literacy in the topic of this panel, but what about media literacy in AI-driven world, as Pierre suggested, where we shouldn't lose the media itself. But sharing is a new aspect which media literacy has not highlighted so far. And for example, in my previous recent studies, for example, in a European Y-Skill project, has shown that even, well, all those youngsters we studied, they are not so much thinking about the activity of sharing. What does it mean from ethical perspective to share something? Because they are so used to that generative AI, which is sharing anyway.
Thank you, Serko. Thank you for your two first reaction about also the potential, because the first reaction that we see that's to go to the dark side of the AI, but also to reflect on educational. I see. So, but maybe Gabriel, you want to react on that also. But I see some concept that will go to them also about transparency of the model that we used and the accountability. That's something that come back to also the accountability of the different contents that has been produced by user, but produced also the way they are using as a producers AI. For example, if you are a journalist or someone like that, that's something that I would like also to hear about from you.
Yeah.
On this, even if
I saw that comment also, so it's interesting. The point is on transparency. So we have this list of trustworthy AI requirements. So transparency needs communication. Communication means that I need to know when I'm dealing with an AI model or a human or an AI-generated content or a human-generated content. It's a requirement on the Altai list of trustworthy AI. Accountability is kind of empty, so you can find that guilty, but if we don't have explainability, there is someone in charge, but who doesn't know why they took that decision. So explainability is kind of strictly related to human agency and accountability. And also, I saw a comment about a curriculum, and you talked about context. This is where we started. We started with the framework on AI literacy, trying to split the dimension, and then to build a curriculum on AI literacy on that. And explainability is a big part of the critical aspect. So if you wanted to stress and try to understand why a model took some decision, you need that aspect. Also, another point on the levels that Professor Montebello said, this is also true to explainability. We don't always need deep learning models. There are models, the artificial intelligence models, that are naturally explainable, like regression or random forest or the decision tree. So those can be useful and explainable. So we don't need always the last model. We are here because of ChatGPT and generative AI, but it's not all of that. So we have a wide range.
Yes, I think it's sorry, you want to say something? It's an excellent example, especially when you're watching Netflix and it's using clustering at the back. And I propose this movie because you've watched, so it's explaining there and then. Or you bought an Amazon book, again, using a different kind of AI model, which is easily or naturally explainable. Same with deep learning AI. I know that Pierre mentioned deep learning and as if it's a taboo topic, but it's still possible to explain. It's been written, the deep learning algorithm or artificial neural network algorithm has been written by developers, human developers. It didn't create itself. There was no magic involved. So obviously, it is explainable to code level, all the way down to code level. The way it transfers between its hidden layers, it's given certain weights, and it's allowed to take control of the same algorithm. Still, you can put in output within the same hidden layers of the algorithm to output what decisions, intermediate decisions are being taken. So it still can be explainable. I cannot see the comments behind me, so you need to tell.
I will do it.
To react right away to Gabriele, I think there needs to be a legal framework, and that's what the EU done. And last January, the first AI law worldwide, first in the world, it's an EU law. I think that's very, very important, and that will give us who is responsible and who is accountable for an AI system that is being sold or being run, processed within the EU. So even if it's a Chinese or a US company coming within the EU, it has to go through this AI law. So it's legally binding, and who is accountable for what. And if the law says you need to explain what you're doing and account for the data provenance, for example, it has to be done. So that's a very important thing. Last thing I want to mention, which is of worry as well, is for academics or for educators in general. I'm sure some of you are in here. And the way that generative AI is being used to teach, but also to assess. And that's a massive problem. I think it's going to change and disrupt completely the academic world, the way we assess. Obviously, the face-to-face interaction, viva situation is going to improve. I hope that improves rather than the exam, to be able to assess higher levels of human knowledge rather than asking them to repeat and to learn everything off by heart. We need to assess the process of thinking. How do you know this knowledge? Not what is the answer. How did you get to this answer? And that is a higher level, critical sort of, and the creative point of view, how we can assess students. But that's another preoccupation as well, I think.
I think that's what I would like to react to.
Yes, perhaps I think black box and transparency are the two faces of the same coin. In fact, black box is the dark side of transparency. So it's difficult for me to say that transparency is is the real challenge in AI literacy, because it is most a pattern in discourses. You talk about regulation, and we see when we analyze the discourses about regulation that there is a lot of words that is used just to make a sort of consciousness about the risk and ethic values. So perhaps we can go we can go further with the idea that transparency is a conception of communication without mediation. So it doesn't exist at all. There is no communication without mediation. So if we look at AI literacy, we have to understand, as Pierre Fatouez said this morning, the AI are a new way of mediatizing information. And it's that point that we have to challenge with AI literacy, I think.
Thank you, Sarah. I see some reaction about, of course, ethical, and that's also linked to what you say about regulation and education or transparency challenges. But I would like maybe before to heard you a bit on something else, and you explain a bit. That's complexity, because this morning Pierre explained that one of the challenges of media education is seeing things dropping from technical aspects of a messages. What is a message? It's more semiotics, language-based semiotics. And now we go further and further on the complexity of techniques of those different medium. You explained that we don't need to go too deeper. It's not so difficult to explain, or the explainability should be at a certain level. But if we think of representation, what is for you the challenges of the representation we have to work with the persons like students or other publics? We have to work to improve the way they will use those tools or to appropriate them. I don't know if you...
Yes, I think I know what you mean. But yeah, I think it's the different person, the different human at the center of the application. So I think it should be multi-leveled, depending on the amount or on the level of information the end user needs. If it's top level, for example, nobody questions a system they're using to find flights. There's a system at the back. It could be taking your profile, or a system that works out a mathematical model. We're so used to them that at this point we do not need, we trust them. And this is an issue, trust. Another issue, how much do we trust? And it's all coming from maybe the use or abuse of the word AI itself. Unfortunately, you know, these three aspects, the social aspect, the educational aspect, and the social aspect, unfortunately, even through the media and through science fiction, AI is portrayed as an evil, literally. The rise of the machines, sort of, and not knowing what the black box is telling us. Again, the black box is one way of looking at something we trust. So I'm using my tool, and I trust it completely to work out a simple sum calculator. The way it's doing it, I'm not interested. I trust it. So the black box depends, which is not, again, if we're going to do explainable AI, there's no black box anymore. And unless you trust it completely, and you say, you know, I do not want to know any more of how it's happening. So these different levels, depending on what complexity you want to figure out, I think should be available to all users. yes, down from the machine level and the code being used to the decisions being done, all the way up to the user level. Apart from that, another issue I was worrying about, again, Pierre mentions what happens to the author, for example. We didn't question this when search engines came through. What happens to the researcher? Did the researcher role change? Of course it changed. Still remained as a researcher. So with new tools coming through, maybe we don't call them authors, we can call them curators or coordinators, as we call educators, who are coordinating or putting together resources using these different tools at different levels that they trust. Maybe they can check their work, but as we go along, we tend to trust something which is giving us positive feedback. If you need to check it, yes, there should be explainability, there should be justifications for decisions being done, but also there should be a reaction to it. No, I do not like this movie. That input in itself will help the system to figure out closer to what the user profile can potentially be. So,
I don't know if someone wants to react. Before I give a bit the floor also to the audience to ask some question. I see some reaction, for example, from Tim. I'm interested of the examples. I don't know. I give you the floor. Someone want to react on that? No? Okay. Maybe we can take about 10 minutes. We go back with a last questions to the panel. If there's someone have a question or reaction or want to ask something, want to ice break. Maybe just, Tim, if you can explain the example and maybe...
I mean, so this is one of the biggest scandals, really, that's ever happened in the United Kingdom. A computer system was installed that made the accounts in small post offices where people bought stamps and picked up their pensions. And over a period of more than a decade, it provided information that was wholly inaccurate about the accounts that had been kept by these, I mean, relatively small, you know, typically a post office would be run by a sort of mum and dad type couple. The post office who runs those post offices prosecuted them. Many of them went to prison. 700 were prosecuted. It carried on over a decade. Investigative journalists said, this is all wrong. These are honest people who are being prosecuted in error. The big company carried on saying, but the computer says they've fiddled their accounts. The computer says they've stolen tens of thousands of pounds. It went on for a decade. I mean, I'm not saying I don't trust Skyscanner to find my flights. I'm not saying I don't use online train timetables. All I'm saying is it's possible over a long period of time for computers that everybody swears are accurate and beyond reproach to make catastrophic mistakes. And it's hard not to feel quite worried about that in a context where we're trusting generative AI to do more and more.
I agree, definitely, especially if these tools are used blindly, or especially of people who are not AI literate, install software on their machines or on their phones, agree, and not realizing they're giving all their data away, and not realizing that the default settings are there for the advantage of the company to make profit, granted, you know. So this is why it's so important to educate and so important to show what's behind the system and the decisions being done. But again, if a person doesn't want to know and trust, or not even the word trust, just not bothered to look between the lines what's happening, you know, nothing can be done at this point. So upskilling people, training society at large, putting online courses about AI for free, and still people do not access these possibilities. What can society do at this point? So I see your point. Some of those people you mentioned could have been honest in their working, and the machine was programmed to to do such thefts, let's call it thefts. But then I question where the money was going, honestly, because it boils down to money, basically.
Yeah, Gabriel, you want to?
Yes, it's a reaction to that and also to your level mentioned. Yes, I have an ethical and educational point of view. So the point is, when we tried to make our students understand that and they are future educators, so we didn't go too much in depth on neural networks and all the backpropagation rules, but they need to understand every single aspect. So we have the cognitive part. They listen about the history and how it developed over the time, because it's now in ChatGPT is the last part, but it started like in the 50s. So again, we don't rediscover the wheel again, so all the process. Then the operational part, they need to understand how to use those tools if they're going to use it. We talked about assessment. Assessment is possible, but they have to try it and understand also what they're going to lose. The trustworthiness is also reciprocal from students to teacher. If teacher use assessment automatically, the students maybe want to use generated automatically. So it's fair. So policies are also useful for this. And the critical part means they tried some classification. We have such many tools, teachable machine, and so on, to make even no-code students try what it means a biased data set. If you have all kinds of cats and you train a small example of a classification, and then you put a new cat, how it does classify? What are the repercussions? So the point also for trustworthiness, I think it's very, very related to the aspect. Skyscanner, maybe it's okay, but in medical issues or also in educational issues, we need to be very careful about explainability, trustworthiness, and the reciprocal pact of understanding between teachers and students. And also, the ethical part in not only policies, but also concerns and question what I lose doing that. It's okay, it's a good trade-off. I free some of my work to do something more for my students, or is it just a routinary task that I'm gonna always delegate over and over, like the cognitive delegation to the system?
Yes, Sirku, you want to react?
Just a comment which came to my mind based on your explanation is that linked with Pierre, who told that there is not anymore who. I claim that there is. Who makes the profit? That's an important question which you highlighted as well. Not forgetting the economic side of this platformized society.
Thank you, Sigrid. Okay.
So no, yes, for sure. It's industry-driven technology, and industry is making money out of it. Industry is making money out of the data, is making money out of society itself. So definitely, and companies are on board using generative AI within their own narrative to create influencers, to create products, to create even data. And this is, again, an ethical issue where the data is being created. So the provenance is very important. As a researcher, you could definitely, I think, something that Pierre asked what the future would look like, and actually it's here, is running your own large language model locally on that machine, which can be done in 5-10 minutes. You can obviously use a piece of free software, like, I don't know, lmstudio.ai. You download this piece of software and disconnect completely offline and run the large language machine with your own data. If you don't have the data, you can go to another free website like huggingface, for example, .com, or Google Datasets, and download data that is EU sort of safe, let's call it that way. or your own data, which you do not want to share on a generative AI, because once you share it, and even though you state do not share, even though they say disclaimer for 30 days, they are hungry for data, okay? 195,000 books have been pirated illegally to feed these machines, and they keep on doing it. And if you think of specific generative AI engines, I don't know, Gemini, for example, who have access to Google Drive, for example, you know, and I'm sure they will be using it. These machines are hungry for data, and they make money out of data. You won't even realize that your data is being used. So obviously, you want to run this large language model offline onto your machine. So yes, you download an engine, you download a model like Llama, for example, from under the website, and run it completely on your data. So that can be done from a security point of view, because security is another issue, apart from data protection, which is, again, is an important issue. So there are ways you can do it away from the big brothers, sort of.
Thank you. I have maybe a reaction more on the educational needs or tools that we can have that's linked to the idea also of open data, open tools at European level, or data sets, more in the democracy view. That's interesting. I will give you the floor after Rena. Not the floor, I will give you for the question. Just to say, that's something also interesting. We know that with these big actors, that's sometimes difficult to have access to data, how to can make research and etc. to how it works, what the public are doing, and things like that. And do you think that for you know, the challenge also for the educational actors in media literacy perspective, we need that at European level we can have actors who are developing more and more AI tool-based, that we can work on research and see what could be the effect. And that's linked also with the trust, and that's a concept we see that's important, the trustworthiness that we can have in this kind of tools, especially from big organizations, and giving them their data, their accountability on the data, etc., etc. But the way that people are interacting regarding the development of the tools, I think, quite interesting. For example, OpenAI is a chatbot-like, so we think that it's like interacting with a human, and they do that deliberately to push the trust to the system and to interact like with a human. And what do you think of the needs for tools to
yes, but there are tools, and the education domains already they've been there already available, and they're being updated. If I could mention 3 quick ones, for example, okay. Coursera uses AI for beginners, and it's being updated as we speak. So it's been there, available for free, a MOOC that thousands have gone through. Another one is a MOOC developed by University of Helsinki and a company called Reactor. It was an EU project which it's called Elements of AI, which actually went through all the EU countries, including the University of Malta, where we translated it into our own language, Maltese, and is available, has been there for the last 2-3 years. Again, 6 simple units, upgrading it and updating it with generative AI to teach very basic things, how to use data, open data, and all that, available for free. Machine learning for beginners, Google's machine learning for beginners, again, has been there. It's available for free for people to use and to even try out different data sets available online, paying attention what you submit, again, because it's online. So, yeah, there are tools available, yes. I think.
Thank you. That's my last question. I will maybe just give the question or the floor to Rena. And yeah, that's my last question, in fact. What's the initiatives and things you are aware of and could be interesting? And don't hesitate to share it on TADAM community. And that's important for us too. So, yes, Rena.
Yeah, I have a question that kind of relates to what you just asked. So we saw in the opening keynote that there is a need to have an emphasis on technological education, right? So from what I'm hearing, we are still, so I'm not a literacy specialist, right, at all. So in my question is, like, what should we do as experts, as educators, and so on, to break down the complexity, the technological complexity? Because, you know, opening up algorithms, that means so many things. That means nothing, actually, if you look at it. It means you need to have access to the code. But the code of what? The code of what, at what moment? And who here could go on GitHub, take the Twitter code, read it, and understand it? Raise your hand. Okay, so having the code is one thing, understanding it is another. Being, like, making certain that the code that you have in front of you is what is sincerely implemented on the given platform or something, that's yet another thing. And then understanding the dynamics of those systems, this is, again, yet another thing, because opening the algorithm, it suggests that we have one omnipotent algorithm that controls it all. It's not the case. So how do we get that complexity? So what tools do we have? What approaches we have in terms of education to get normal people, quote unquote, everyone to understand that this is not magic, this is not a black box, this is extremely complex, and not everyone here can explain it all, because the explainability aspect of things is in the title of this session, right? So have you ever kind of started working, it's to everyone on the stage, right, on ways of getting to bring that sort of complexity down without dumbing things down, right, without making stuff like you're talking to infants, to the general public? And how does it work? What have you achieved so far? Messes and successes, you know, both of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I can tell you our experience. So we just finished like 1 month ago with 100 students, and they are future education, so primary education, educational science. No coding, no maths, no algorithm, and so on. So we had 36 around hours curriculum, split in the dimension I just said, cognitive, operational, critical, and ethics. So the framework, we used that, we operationalized it. And then what we tried, a mix of what we just said. So we have online courses, but we also have online tools. AI is very wide, so we have to narrow down. You can't explain in one day from neural networks to regression trees, so to all complex, supervised, unsupervised machine learning. So we started with taxonomy, explaining everything, where it sits and how it works. Then they tried, think about a chatbot. A chatbot can be built by future teachers, this is what we have tried, and they can understand how every steps of the building of the chatbot works. So they saw how their words, their documents became an array of numbers, and how they can prompt those array and how the answers of the chatbot was. This is not for understanding and reusing a chatbot in class, but to open the black box and understand what's behind the chatbot. So there are many activities. Teachable machine is one that I made, and you can try a classification. But also machine learning for kids is another, from UK, is another website that you can try, and you can understand how the model works. And mainly unplugged activities. We did some body coding, computational thinking, neural networks, but physical neural networks, or sorting networks and so on, to make teachers understand how the models works and how they can translate this to teach to the pupils, because they're going to teach this part to, you know, K-12. So we have many aspects. And philosophy for children is one of the tools that the technique that we use what is intelligence? What is a plane is intelligent, a bird is intelligent, a computer that beats me on chess is intelligent. What kind of intelligence we need? These sort of debates has a huge span from critical to ethics to, again, in loop, creativity and so on. They tried to make some try of prompting, to make some design, and everything worked because it's tuned down to something very practical. So we have the complexity of AI, but you try to make them understand what's behind without going to, I don't know, backpropagation and so on. So I know it's still dedicated to teacher, but it worked very well.
I agree with the scoping, and that's a problem with AI because it's multidisciplinary. So the scoping is very important, talking at primary school, but in 1 week, last week, I was training academics within the University of Malta of how to use generative AI, not just for assessment, which is very important, but also on how to do research and how it will help them in their own publications with journals and conferences, which is another disruptive area that generative AI is doing. To teaching actually doctoral students who are basically data analysts and how to use the tools. And they don't need to be experts, just to come to your question. They don't need to be experts. And this is the beauty of generative AI. Again, I saw the student from creative writing, you know, it's an area that was disrupted completely by generative AI. And this guy wanted to, through the data he collected, to have some visuals and prompted. And prompting, I agree with Pierre over here, obviously, prompting is a new career. So that generative AI has created, prompt engineering. And through the prompting, it gave it code, literally, Python code. I question myself, should I keep on teaching Python at this point, you know, because I don't need to. And this guy had no idea what the first line meant, like import NumPy. And what is NumPy? NumPy is a package that crunches numbers. What is a package? Not even a package, I had to explain. So it was explaining the basic stuffs. The generative AI, whichever engine was being used, was explaining line by line of the code and explaining what actually its meaning. Still, I wouldn't trust it completely because the results could be semantically not correct. Like, I don't know, find the average, and instead of dividing the sum by the number, it multiplies the sum by the number and tells you the average age in the room is at 245. Oh my God, how could be the average age? So we need the human in the loop. It gave me a result. Do I believe it? That's 245, the average age? It's practically impossible. So yes, we need to be, we need the human at the end of the chain to understand. But if consistently, 99 out of 100 times, it told me that the average age in the room is approximately 43, you know, it's sort of believable. I can check it out. First time, second time, once I'm there, it's done. I can trust it furthermore. Still, I would check it. Still, I check my references when I do a literature review. Okay, November 2021, I didn't believe it at all. It was, you know, all over the place, hallucinating galore. But it got better, it's getting better, and it will get it right. I wasn't using one engine. I went to Perplexity to check my work, and then went to another engine, whatever. The point was Bard, and now I use Gemini. So using different engines, comparing them, and if need be, it's the human who is deciding on the final draft. And then switching from academics to doctoral students to actual students themselves, who think they're cheating when they use generative AI. And I spoke to my undergraduate student, told him, you need to do literature review, and you can do it in a week if you want to. If you really know how to use the tools, you can do it in a week. And he said, but isn't that cheating, you know? And actually, that's what the impression is going on. And using the tools wisely, when I say wisely, you know, which tools to use and how to put them together and put your own style, which can be done with generative AI, is a possibility. One final thing I would like to say is that you know, softwares that tries to detect the generated AI are not really working, and they can't really work, to be honest. So if that is a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. I see it as a good thing. Policymakers and educational people don't like it because they want, you know, another engine to figure out the similarity. But still, the way we use it, the fact that I'm checking my work and eventually putting my own final accountability to it, I think is a very important aspect in all of it.
Thank you, Matthew. I see the time. It's really a pleasant discussion, so the time is running. And Serko would like to add maybe a final word. I see so many interesting questions. I think that we will pick some of them and start discussion on community to continue after that, for sure.
Yes, thanks. I come back to the original question. How to make explainability to the publics about this whole complexity. Mm-hmm. And I want to say that from the beginning of media education, from the beginning of 19th century, from film, always media educator has been a teacher, for example, who didn't know anything about film, but she started to collaborate with filmmakers. And that's today as well, the collaboration. For example, I am teaching, I wanted to go into that program, which is together with engineers, IT engineers, Sustainable Digital Life. And I don't know nothing. I could collaborate with him, and we could make a success. Because that's what we do currently in our master program. I am teaching that social science and education point, and my co-professor takes that technological side. And the student learns both. That's the way. Please join the technological part.
Thank you, Sergio. That's a really good wrap-up for this discussion. Thank you all for this panel. I will give, after that, the floor to Sergio. I've seen also some people sharing initiatives. I've seen Olivier sharing initiatives from the University of Bordeaux, etc. If you have good ideas, do not hesitate to share. At the moment here on the Work Lab, but after that, we will transfer all the things interesting on our community TADAM and continue the discussion. So thank you. I think that Matthew stay on the table, around the table. Serko come.
Now we have Matthew Montebello. So would you like to introduce something, some way, new way than the previous moderator? Would you like to give some new aspect of your expertise?
Yeah, okay. So first and foremost, I'm an educator. So my first undergraduate degree was in education, so I pride myself of communicating very well with people in class, and I do it in different domains, like in first aid training or scuba diving, so I'm still an educator in that respect. Switched to computer science in the early 90s, focused mainly on AI in mid-90s, pre-Google, let's be sure about that, and I was working on a personalized search engine, pre-Google, and then went studied in the States as well. Worked in University of Malta as an educator, teaching AI and software development. And in the early 2000s, I not switched again, but I got a doctorate in education, focusing on e-learning, which was obviously putting my two worlds, which is computer science and education together. And during that study, I was working on personalized e-learning courses. So that's something new, okay?
Thank you. And then we go to Stefano Cuomo, University of Florence. Can you introduce shortly yourself?
Yes, thank you. My curriculum is the other way around. So I started as an engineer, telecommunication electronic engineer, and after I graduated, I started in working with technologies for education, and mainly in the first experiment of a remote learning system at the University of Florence, and then I migrated to the educational side of educational technology, and at the moment I am a researcher at the University of Florence at the Department of Education, Psychology and Language. I belong to the group, research group of the Maria Ranieri. So, Maria, if you want to introduce yourself, I think, Circo.
Yes, please, Maria.
Do you agree, Circo?
Yes, yes, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Maria Ranieri. I'm from the University of Florence.
My background. Actually, I graduated in philosophy. In particular, my thesis was on philosophy of mind. And I have to say that when the stuff on artificial intelligence started coming out, I was somehow, I started thinking of I went back with my memory and in my first years at university, all the discussion we had around the nature of intelligence, etc., etc., etc. So, but from my background in philosophy, then I moved to education, particularly focusing on media and technology, thanks to a PhD program, which was absolutely interdisciplinary. And what I want to underline in my presentation is that I totally agree with the last sentence from Circo, that we need to work with people coming from other sectors, fields, in particular the technological one. Can I say that somehow the collaboration with Stefano and with Gabriele as well on my side is rooted in this idea that we need to work in an interdisciplinary way to deeper understand what are the transformation, the current transformation of the digital landscape, I would say. So basically, I would define me an interdisciplinary researcher, very interested in education, media, and technology.
Thank you very much. And an expert from media animation, Daniel Monvoisin.
Thank you. So I'm from media animation, but I'm not an expert on AI, certainly. My work is to do media literacy with people, as we told earlier, people with a quote. It means outside of the school, outside of the university, with elderlies, with parents, with social benefits, and we develop a program for them to encourage to media literacy perspective, to appropriate media to express themselves in the field of the communication and the numeric. So we are facing a lot of different topics. I come from cinema, video games, and today the AI is a new topic appearing in the field. We know that it's a long time it exists, but today, since ChatGPT appearing, it's a new topic, a new concern for people. So I try to translate what we hear from the academic world to them, and also to enlighten new stakes coming from the social and popular use of those technologies. So it's why I'm here.
A new tool, right? You mean?
What?
A new tool.
And as a tool, yeah, AI tool and other things around AI.
Thank you very much. So I would like to start with a similar way than the report that asks you about your ideas and the thoughts about the topic of this panel. It is social use of AI and impact of AI. And start again with Matthew as invited expert.
Yes, I think there's loads of impact, but if I could focus on 3 areas, definitely is on the content generation is a massive one. Content generation, and I see this as an empowerment tool, especially people who weren't that creative before, and now they have this new tool in their skill set that they can use and not level, put into a higher levels their skills and their profession. So that's one of them. A second one is more related to information. So the disruption of this happening is misinformation, and I think it's very related to the media as well. And AI can be used to create misinformation. We know enough how to do that, and deep fakes and all that, but also can be used to detect if it is a deep fake, actually. So AI can be used on like a knife, you know. It can be used for good ways to cut the bread and can be used to kill somebody, on the other hand. And the third one, as a disruptor, definitely with jobs and job displacement. And again, killing some jobs, menial jobs, like data entry, for example, which, yes, if you need to be relevant in this new reality, you need to upskill yourself. Okay, when an academic who has a profession refers to me and tells me, because it's going to increase my work, so you're in the wrong place. Because what I'm going to do with the assessment now, I cannot give out an assignment or an essay because I'm not sure if it's being generated by AI. You're giving the wrong assessment. Grow up. You need to move on. It's like a dentist using tools from 15 years ago. Okay? It would be very damaging for the patient. Same thing with an educator or an academic using the old tools, an overhead projector, for example, I don't know, in today's classroom. So definitely those people merit to be moved out because they're not upskilling themselves. On the other hand, it's creating other jobs. One of them I mentioned, which is prompt engineering, for example, or data engineers, and so on, security people with the data, generation of data as well. So those kind of jobs are being created thanks to AI as well. And I'm sure within the creative business, like filmmaking, there are going to be graphic artists who have upskilled their game, let's say that. So obviously, once the bar is raised, it's raised for everybody. It's raised for the teacher, and it's raised for the student. So now I do not ask what I used to ask 2 years ago, what to do in class. I'm going to raise the game, because now I know you have an additional tool. But do not blame me for using the tool, okay? Blame the game if you want to, but not blame me. It's like having two fighters, one having a massive, nice sword, and the other one having a small, pretty fast gun. Is it fair? It's life. And obviously, if we're in battle, I'm going to use any tool available, just to use this quite ugly example, but that's the reality.
Thank you. Who wants to continue? Your thoughts about the topic, social use of AI and impact. Stefano.
Okay, thank you, Steve. And thank you, Matthew, for the quote from Indiana Jones. So I'd like to start from...
Indiana Jones.
Yes, the Indiana... And Temple of Doom, I think, no. Yeah. What is more lethal, a big sword or a small fast gun? Well, it's unfair. but back to social impact. I'm trying to talk from my, let me say, more technological background. And I'm wondering if we, indeed, in 2024, we are at what Kuhn called the paradigm shift. That could be a trivial question. A trivial question since, if we remember, most of us have been dealing with the European project, for instance, and you know that until 10 years ago, not 20, not 30, not 50 years ago, 10 years ago or less, among the enabling technologies of the European Union, artificial intelligence was not considered. We were talking about robotics, we were talking about big data, we were talking about, but the artificial intelligence was not so important until 2014, until the generative intelligence, until we discovered somehow that artificial intelligence could help us in generating new contents. I do not want to use the words original or not, but generate new content that could be, as I say, they are semantically consistent with what we expect from when we ask something. So in this very short time, less than 10 years, indeed 5 years, my first use of generative artificial intelligence were around the lockdown times of 2020. Everybody is talking about artificial intelligence. And when we talk about artificial intelligence, we are not talking about what Margaret Bowden called the GoFi, the good old-fashioned artificial intelligence. We have always artificial intelligence in our digital ecosystem. Just to say, Google Maps as was artificial intelligence, or just like any chess program with PC is an artificial intelligence program. But the paradigm shift is now with the generative intelligence. And the generative intelligence, I'm not talking about its, for now, for ethical implication or educational implication. Just, I'm trying to see it from the outside. Today, everyone is dealing with the generative intelligence. For those who were at the social dinner yesterday, it was, have you used generative intelligence this week? Everyone answered yes. 3 years ago, generative artificial intelligence was just for a niche of research, of use. So, what is the social impact? I do not know what is the actual social impact. What I can see, and I am not a sociologist, but the technical progress is at the moment much faster than its adoption in the society. What I mean, that from an industrial point of view, for instance, we say that artificial intelligence can make programmers useless for the most. Well, I see that I'm in contact with some ICT companies. They still are using programmers, so that programmers have to program in a different way, not from scratch, but they have to interpret some ChatGPT code. So, what I say that the impact, from my point of view, of what artificial intelligence in the next years is not so clear. What is it? We have to say that for sure we are at a paradigm shift. That is, in 5 years we cannot forget everything. And this is special in media industry, since generative artificial intelligence is mainly deal with media industry. in general. I'm not an expert of media industry. But what I see is that, let me say, as an enthusiast, I see that to generate a video, to generate a script, to generate a storytelling, to generate an image, to generate everything, 5 years ago, we need technical competence, high technical competence. At the moment, we just need to have some immediate product. We may say that we just need the prompt. Of course, it's not everything. But I think that we have moved towards a different wave of considering original product. And also with reference with Matthew say, that the job market will be affected maybe in raising the competencies.
Thank you. And next, Maria, what kind of thoughts?
Okay. Well, it's, of course, a broad question because we can approach this reflection on the social implication of AI development from very different point of view. But let me focus on one aspect which really mattered to me in this reflection, which is related to I've seen the screen before. Actually, my focus was on discrimination and minorities. And I started my reflection on this topic, of course, from the point of view of gender issue. So what about women in the field of AI? I started my search on the topic to go a bit deeper in the stuff of the social impact. And some figures are particularly relevant for this discussion because, for example, women in this field, of course, are underrepresented. Less than 30% of women are working in this field. And if we combine the sex, the gender, with race, for example, black women in the US, in the Google stuff, are less than the 2%. And this is from the United States. The mechanisms of, for example, bias in and bias out. So the so-called AI feedback loop. These mechanisms tend to reproduce stereotypes. Therefore, for minorities, for women, this could have a great impact because decisions are taken on the population, ungendered population, without considering the specificities. And we have already realized the bad consequences of this phenomenon, for example, in the field of health, where medicines are tested on population, large sample, sometimes without considering the gender variable. And, for example, taking care of a man having a heart come si dice, attack problem, it's totally different from a woman because they feel different in different places of the body. They feel pain, so we are different. So under evaluating the gender perspectives or the perspectives of specific social groups when taking decisions based on data that are not informed from this point of view, it's critical and has big consequences with the social impact that we cannot, underestimate. And so what I would like to bring to this session is that we need to pay attention to this problem related briefly to the idea of introducing bias and producing bias, because the machine is trained on data, and the data set we are using, it's not just a problem of the database, it's also the way how the model works that can, replicate certain and propagate stereotypes or representation that should be questionable. Another thing I want to add is that probably I would have asked you, Pierre, but we didn't have time in the morning. I think that we should, in this reflection, consider another aspect which is so relevant when analyzing, the role of AI in our society, which is the fact that they are used as a support for the decision-making process. So, decision. We are actually having to do with something that let's say, act. So action, so we have to do with action, but without thinking or intentionality, because yes, we use the word intelligence, but there are researchers questioning the appropriateness of using intelligence for the machine as a term to qualify this entity. So for the first time, we can say in history of the humanity, as some philosopher has underlined, action is independent from intelligence, and intelligence in the sense of intentionality. So we are, even in terms of media education, representation, it's a category that still works and is relevant, and stereotypes, it's, something that we can reflect on, discussing on AI feedback loop, for example, how this mechanism reproduce certain stereotypes, so certain representations. But at the same time, we need to introduce this other element, decision, action, and why, and what are the consequences of this introduction. The consequences are that actually we need regulation on one side, but we need also education, because this has to do with citizenship. In the René model that you quoted, there's a reflection, there's also action, but action has to do with citizenship. So we are using machine supporting action. So we need to consider representation, but we need to consider also action, because basically the citizens decide, vote, make decision, and we are working with systems that risk to reproduce social injustice, stereotypes, and those stuff like this, but at the same time these systems strongly impact with our mechanisms to take decision, to make decision. So this is my concerns. We have to do with representation and action. Probably we need to go a bit deeper, even in terms of researcher in the field of education, on this notion of action. When action is automatized, when action is supported by, of course, the questioning the idea of agent is a good way of starting this reflection, but you don't necessarily need an agent, because there are systems supporting the decision-making process that are not agents, that just are software algorithms working. Very lastly, while the percentage of women are present in the field, in the industry of AI, and even the research, because the papers, including the name of women, are very little. While, so our presence are so, small, little, at the same time, there's another process, the process of genderization of robotics, particularly referring to social robotics. Think of Alexa. While men are basically deciding how AI is designed, we choose at home the voice of a woman to be supported in, some domestic issues. So there's also this idea that it has been started to be studied, investigated, how we are, attributing a gender to robotics because of certain stereotypes. So again, machine, our society needs to be improved from several points of view, because they actually reflect and replicate what we are. It's like a mirror. It's not a nice mirror. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Daniel.
Okay, thank you. The social impact. From my point of view, today, the social impact is not the AI itself, but the speech on AI, coming from two parts. First, the tech industry itself, that since the apparition of ChatGPT, we hear everywhere that it will come as a tsunami of AI everywhere. We need to learn to use it. We will face it everywhere. And for the people, when we work with them, we see that they don't use it. They just hear that they are there, and they don't understand what it is, and they hear what the industry says it is. So we have to denaturalize, as Pierre says earlier, the idea of what is an AI coming from those who are developing it. And today we are facing that. It's not a reality, it's mainly a promise, something in the future. And people need to understand maybe that's not true. Maybe it's somewhere an advertise for different products who are sold for your enterprise or something else. That's first for me today, not maybe tomorrow, but today where we are. And in front of this industry speech, we have the media speech. Those who are working in the media industry, producing news, who are afraid by the AI and the industry speech on AI. So they are producing their own speech, and they produce panic morale on AI. So we can read in the newspapers since 1 year that the humanity is facing something who will kill it. We are hearing some scientists who are developing AI that's saying to us that Altman from OpenAI is crazy, and they will develop something more intelligent that will eat us somewhere. We don't know exactly what it means, but we are facing a lot of speeches in the public sphere. So I think that we need to not to address AI, but also to address the speeches on AI. It's maybe the first step for something, media literacy, and consistent for media literacy, since we are here for critics criticizing not the tool, but the speech on the tool also. A second effect or social impact in maintenance is something I never heard a lot about it, but speaking of generative AI especially, in fact, Pierre, you said earlier that this is a new tool because it didn't record. It used data set to produce something. It's true, but I think that people use it as something that records. And what it records what they have in their head. When we use Midjourney or Stable Diffusion to produce an image, we try to achieve an image with looking like the image we have in our head. And so what I mean here is that everybody has not the same image in their head, and everybody has not the same capacity to say to a tool, what is this image and how I can produce this image. It needs a cultural capital. We need to be educated to the visual culture to be able to produce nice images. Instead, we just ask a cat, and we receive a cat. But who will ask a cat in the way of Picasso, in pixel art, in white and black? It's something very, very discriminating, not in terms of bias and stereotypes and gender and minorities. It's also that, but it's also in terms of I am able to express the image I have in my head. And for the text generative, it's somewhere the same. You are frustrated by the results if you cannot achieve what you have in your head. And speaking of that, it needs a high level of education. A lot of people in front of those tools cannot produce. They produce very simple things. So we are here in a high-level society as academics, and we can do that. But people who didn't receive artistic education are somewhere very limited. And it's, I think, something we need to understand somewhere. And last, maybe, is we talk a lot about disinformation and fake news produced by AI. But I think that the effect is that people will doubt of everything. The question is not, is that true or fake? The question will be, is that real or is just synthetic? And I think we are coming in a new age of the real value will come that this produced by human, in fact. It's more a debate about reality and it is real or unreal. And people are saying that. They cannot trust anything. So maybe, I'm dreaming, the matters of fake news won't be an impact. They won't believe anything. It will be another problem. But I think for the media, this is the step. It will be to prove that it's real. How we can do that today. For me, it's three impact that I wish to share.
Thank you. You want to comment?
I would like to react to that. Yes, I think it's very well placed, Daniel. The thing is that I want to make clear is, yes, we should doubt always. You know, the provenance. I started actually in the first session with saying the provenance of the data will be very important. And data, it's not what people have in their minds. There, I don't agree. The machine learning techniques use data, and data will cost more than oil eventually, because it needs a lot of data. And the data that is biased, it's not the AI that is biased, the data is biased. So initially, we started with collecting data from everybody in the room. Let's say there are 50 persons. Inherently, this data is biased already. Are we biased researchers? Maybe we're not. Let's say we're not biased. But the data we collected is biased, out of its nature. There is, for example, no Asians in the room. So the data is biased. out of its own nature. Having said that, if you want to generate an image, DALL-E 2, of a healthcare assistant, an Asian lady comes up. A lawyer, an engineer, a white male comes up. So the Google thing of 2% only being black women you mentioned is true. So somebody mentioned the Social Dilemma movie. I mentioned Coded Bias movie. It's on Netflix as well. Coded Bias is a movie about that thing you mentioned exactly, you know, about minority. And I think AI in general, not generative AI in general, obviously works using data. It's looking for patterns in the data. And once it pattern matches something 100 million times, because that's the strength of AI, big data, it will eventually continue to generate the next, and eventually the next. And this is a good thing. Maybe it could counteract the minorities. And now in a movie, you can instruct a generative AI to obviously create a scene with all kind of minorities included.
No.
You could do that.
Not all.
You cannot do that, you say?
No, because I think that the data set is trained for produce a certain kind of ethnicity. But you can ask a very specific thing.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can ask a specific thing to give you equal representation of all minorities within a scene. And that's empowering that minority as well. So that can be done.
Yeah, but you need
which
to
is
know.
Nearly unnatural, actually.
Yeah, but I mean that people need to know that there is a different ethnicity. You need to know that before you ask the machine.
Yes, we know that, because 98% of the developers at Google are male, so I want to create an image where it's equally. And I want to generate an image with equal gender. So I know that there is the minority, so I want to do that.
Thank you for a lively discussion, but I want to map shortly before I give you final short comments, because we are heading to a lunch break soon, within 5 minutes. So far, I have understood, trying to map for the
I'm in between, so maybe I could moderate.
So far, we have learned from this panel that we are facing a time which Stefano already stated, that this is the first time when technology is proceeding faster than we can adapt it. And it includes all professionals in the world, even IT professionals. And after that, Matthew told how careers are changing very fast, even in IT field. And it includes all social careers as well, starting from healthcare to teaching, media, everywhere. And it's very rapid change in professional area. And then Maria brought in diversity regarding here, especially on gender aspects. But knowing her background, it is migrants, cultural diversity, very broadly. And then Danielle brought up this action of speech, how we speak about AI. And all these links together, because now we are in process, and here I could read from some comment that a question for all of us, which I think could be the final question: how can you in TADAM develop something which is heavily in progress? How can you decide how to teach it, what to teach about AI when it is in progress? How to do that? Please tell me.
I strongly recommend TADAM to generate or create or gold standard data sets, because data is what's is the new currency, and creating a good data set that is representative and this has a clear provenance where it's coming from, I think is worth more than gold.
Thanks. Maria, you wanted to?
TADAM, I think that TADAM should work on increasing the level of awareness of people on the topic, because we, even through our studies, we realized that the less the people know about, the more their expectations are completely out of target. Sometimes you find people having great expectation, but it doesn't matter with AI, you know what I mean? So I think that without a greater level of awareness about how it works, all this stuff, people are having expectations, negative or positive, that are completely out of the agenda in terms of what our society can expect in managing and developing a governance on AI. So we need to work on this increased level of awareness.
Thank you. And Daniel?
Yeah, everything is very important. I will just maybe add something based on what you presented earlier. The fact that you can use an AI on your computer offline. And I think that's it's a real stake today, because all those tools are mainly used online with dataset we don't control and with kind of prompting we don't control. And I think we can try to emancipate us from the what called the proprietarian, the private tool. And I think, I'm not sure that TADAM could produce the better data set. In history, it could be a very high expectation, but at least maybe explore the fact that we can use it without the industry. So on using phase, you find open source data set. People are training it the evening in their home, and it produces a lot of different things, and it can add diversity in the data set. But I think this is the old battle between open source and the rest. And I think we need to remember that we are always in the same, the dynamic is the same here. And I think that popular use could be also a popular appropriation of this tool and not being bound to what it's decided in the big industry and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a good final comment. Oh, didn't you? Oh, sorry.
You forgot Stefano.
Please, Stefano, make the final statement. I forgot Stefano. Sorry.
Lunch.
Lunch is lunch. As a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Okay, there will be many things to say.
Okay.
Stefano.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Even data are not neutral. Just too close, a bit.
And
Okay.
now next program is lunch break. Please join. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to all those who joined us online as well. We are starting this afternoon with a very important panel and very important panelists and a very key subject, because we are going to address artificial intelligence in journalism. What is its impact on work? What is its impact on employment? Before we start, let me introduce our panelists of the day. Maria Leonida is a documentary filmmaker, co-founder and director of Karpos, an NGO focusing on media literacy, running Greek and European projects, and a member of the TADAM project. The projects she works on address various creative aspects of the media for a range of learners in formal and non-formal setting, and 3 of her projects have been awarded European contests. Tim Dawson is the International Federation of Journalists, so the global organization representing journalist unions, Deputy General Secretary. He has been a member of the UK Trade Union Congress Artificial Intelligence Working Group since its inception 5 years ago, and he serves the IFJ Artificial Intelligence Working Group, and before joining the IFJ, he has worked as a journalist for many years, both as editor, reporter, and columnist. Raya Roumanos is an associate professor of journalism at Bordeaux Aquitaine Institute of Journalism. She's specialized in the digital transformation of journalistic practices, focusing on data journalism and next editorial approaches. She leads the AlgoJ project, which examines the role of algorithms in journalism. And our last panelist for today is Antenin Descamps. Antenin is assistant professor of digital journalism and media innovation at UC Louvain. His research interest includes AI and automation applied to multimodal data. We'll know more about it very soon. And his work includes research, the detection of subjectivity and bias in press discourse using machine learning methods, or the evolution of local journalism in the artificial intelligence era. Okay, so welcome to the 4 of you. I'm very excited to talk about this issue because it's pretty big in my organization at the moment, and we are actually going to have a big talk about it next week in London, so it was very important for us to discuss this in great depth with you all. And what I would like to say for a start is that AI has definitely the capacity of increasing speed in journalism, of increasing, to a certain extent, quality journalism, but it also has, and we've heard a little bit about it this morning, lots of issues that still needs to be tackled, such as jobs, of course, such as accuracy, regulation, privacy, intellectual property issues, data protection, and the need for training. And we've heard also last year, I don't know if you remember that Axel Springer decided to cut 200 jobs in the industry, and he implied that some of the jobs would be replaced by artificial intelligence. So it raised a lot of questions amongst journalists, and we will get back to this today. The first question I'd like to ask to these panelists, and whoever wants to start, is how do you think artificial intelligence has transformed journalism, and how can media professionals be better prepared in the future for future challenges? Who wants to start? Yes, Raya?
So if the question is about how big is the transformation, for now we haven't seen that major of a transformation. It's less clear that it's something that's going to swipe whatever used to happen and replace it with something else. So there's no, in my sense, there is no real turn for now. Maybe it is coming, but for now it is not really what has been, what we have been researching on. Does not really show a turn. However, of course, artificial intelligence, not only generative AI, have been used in newsrooms and have changed many aspects of how things are produced, how news is produced, how news is distributed. That's for sure, and I think my colleagues who are journalists maybe can give clearer examples. Regarding how to help news professionals use AI tools in their daily routines, I would say there are two groups that can there are two groups in this story. You'll have journalists who have been working in journalism for some time now, and you have journalism students who are entering the market, who are trying to understand what's happening and have the obligation to deal with the technological changes. For the first group, I would say what's absolutely certain is at some point they need to have courses that help them deal better with AI. AI that is used in their work, but also AI that exists in society, I would say, because we as citizens need journalists to really address the issue of AI and its social power. We talked about it earlier in the morning. And so we need journalists that are capable of understanding what's happening, investigating what's happening, and giving a good vision about it. However, teaching them this isn't that easy because there is one issue that is really important in this story, is about their willingness to go and study. We follow some courses about it, because there is the aspect of the risk that AI might pose on their jobs, the risk on the credibility of work, etc. So the way I witnessed it, you have part of the profession that is really not willing for now to learn, and another part that is eager to. And whenever this courses are presented as an obligation, you'll have resistance. Whereas when courses are presented as something that can be useful for them and really explaining why it would be useful in what sense, it's much easier. As for the student part, it's another public, it's another group. They're here to learn, and they are more open, I would say, to what's happening, to what they need to learn to be efficient as soon as they enter the market. So there's really an important element in it. But at the same time, for us teachers in a journalism school, it is something extremely difficult to implement courses on AI today, because we're not. I mean, changes are quick, are happening rapidly, and we need time to address them with a sort of a distance. So we need researchers to do their job, and research takes time. And we need professionals to come to school to try to address this issue. So it's becoming extremely hard. And I'm going to end there. The real problem is not the technical part of it. We can experiment with tools. Is giving the students what we've said in the morning, or everything that has been said, technical culture that is the basis to understand what's happening. And an object is not just an art; it's an artifact. It's also it's an actant, a technological actant, and they need to understand the motivation behind it, how it works, but also what the effects are, and this takes time.
Antonin, you were telling us also, you were sharing with us when we were having coffee the challenges you faced with your students. Do you share the same problems?
Yeah, absolutely. And I can have a word about to complement what has been said by Raya. On the students, but also on the way AI is impacting and changing journalism. I would like to highlight that when we talk about AI, we mainly talk about automation, and automation is something that occurs that has not started last year. It has started like
10 years ago, and automation is changing every step of the information production workflow, as you said. So collection, production, and distribution. And I would say that one of the aspect that is really not easy to deal with is the speed at which the changes occur. And this has two effects on the way we can best prepare. The first one is how the organization can evolve or mutate, and they have to grasp both very short-term, very near-term opportunities, like using tools for efficiency and so on, but also at the same time keeping an higher level to grasp the medium-term opportunities, new products or services, and even longer-term opportunities to see where we are going towards an AI-mediated ecosystem. And I think this is this difficult balance between diving into AI for the newsroom and prepare the future journalists to do so, diving into AI with the tools that are available, so that we do not miss the AI train, but at the same time keeping an helicopter view to be able to see where we are heading and what are the more deeper evolution, mostly regarding actually multimodal data, so both text, image, video, audio, and so on that are coming up. So not staying with tools with limited added value and having an higher view on what is coming. And about the students, this is what Raya told us, and this is something I'm experimenting in my lessons, in my courses as well. It's that we have to give, well, technological culture, computational thinking, so not teach the students to think like computers, but to understand how a computer can help them in their future professional tasks. This is something very important. And another aspect I would highlight is the necessity of interdisciplinarity. We have we are trying to develop specific pedagogical activities where we mix journalism students, but also developers or developer students and infographists, so that they are able to work together, because this is what we will be asking future journalists, is to be able to work with other profiles, technical profiles, and so on. And so we are trying to develop this ability right during their studies, their master.
Tim, you've been in the profession for a long time. How did you see artificial intelligence transform journalists' daily routines?
Well, I'll talk about daily routines in a moment. I think there's a macro element to this that's worth giving some consideration to. As we heard this morning, the AI companies are very hungry for material on which to feed their large language models, and they are willing to pay for it in some cases, which I think for some news platforms could represent very significant new funding models. Rupert Murdoch's News Corps, I understand, have a deal for 250 million over 5 years to give access to their archives. Other news groups have struck less beneficial deals, but still ones that represent a significant new revenue stream. I mean, the one that most impresses me is the most recent one. Apparently the Le Monde Group have signed an agreement with OpenAI, and they will pay 25% of their revenues to the journalists directly, which, as a representative of journalists in a trade union sense, I'm very, very much approving of. So, and now I think we haven't really learned how that's going to play itself out in terms of changing the economic model of journalism. I don't think it's likely to affect smaller local papers, although it could have slightly unexpected effects in relatively small linguistic blocks where there aren't that many significant repositories of text upon which large language models can be fed. And so it might just benefit some smaller languages in a way that one doesn't expect. I think day to day, for journalists at work, a lot of the changes are going to be in process. They're going to be in ways that they can use AI to automate and speed up things that they do. I mean, to give a couple of examples I'm aware of, I know that there's one newspaper group that's created a tool which automatically produces official letters requesting information from governments and communes, local authorities, so that rather than having to sit down and formally write a letter that complies with legal standards to get the information out of a public authority, you can simply put in a one-line question and some indication of address, and it will fire out a letter straight away, which dramatically increases the number of those letters that journalists can send out, you know, and obviously that's then a way of generating stories. There are certainly newspapers using AI to produce secondary editions of their material, some of them in second languages, some of them simply edited versions. And I came across one newspaper that had used AI to produce its horoscopes. I don't know if they're a feature of many European newspapers, but those things where mystic somebody or another says, if you were born in November, then you can expect a windfall next week and things like that. Now, in some respects, that seems to me like a perfect use for AI, but after a couple of months of using it, it was deemed to be a failure and they gave up on it. So my expectation would be that it will be in the ever more intelligent use of process that we'll see it. I mean, education isn't really my field. I suspect that entrants to the trade will be finding ways of using AI, as we heard from a panelist this morning, to complete their assignments in ways that at times surprise and amaze their tutors. The people I worry about, I suppose, are kind of mid-career journalists who have devoted 10 or 20 years to learning a craft that they can do well, who see AI as a threat, I mean quite rightly as a threat, because it may well mean that what they're currently doing as a full-time job could in future be done by somebody as a part-time job. And unless people in their sort of 30s, 40s and 50s apply themselves to figuring out how they can use AI to transform their own working practices, then they risk being surplus to requirements, in the next 4 or 5 years.
Maria, you come from a different sector because you have been you work on media literacy, but you're also a film director. Does this discussion ring a bell to you also in your sector?
Well, I was recently in a 2-day seminar by the Greek Film Center, so that gave me a lot of information and ideas, and I would like to share something with you that we produced during a workshop, just to make what film professionals or media professionals are about to think. I would generally say that animators, the people who draw, graphic designers, do face an issue. That would be my first response. Because AI so far is very good in futuristic, dystopic, fancy, childish-like environments. And so this is something that it's actually very good. It's not good at all in realistic and more deeper environments. So from a visual point of view, I think it's still being trained. But still, as a person, both in education, I find that I'm always interested in observing attitudes, people's attitudes. And this is what we should train people for, and even media professionals. So what is the safe zone of working now, and what are the risks on the sides? Which means a graphic designer, a set designer, a photographer, even a teacher. I think there is an area that we can still go on for the next 2 or 3 years, and there are the side aspects that AI is directly threatening, I would say. Could I use an example, Alessandro, with that image? We were making tests with some prompts, and a colleague asked, so from the third image, never mind, yeah. So the prompt was 18th century black maid holding a tray of glasses in a corridor, shocked. That was the prompt, because she's working on a film of that. This is what I found by Googling, so this is not AI. So it's quite generic, and it's from gravures. And there's a next one, finding, this is from another search tool, so it's very awkward. But let's look what AI did. Okay, I'm sorry, it's the image is a little bit diagonal, but it's actually amazing, the accuracy and the possibilities it offers. And I think that will be very useful for a set designer, a director, a producer, a casting director, a photographer. That would be a very interesting example for them, all media professionals of very good quality, to sit down and discuss about the whole scene and say, we want something like that or we don't want something like that. So image generation is a tool, and in visual professions, we would be very ready to use them. It builds an iconography, a very interesting iconography, and it creates a field of discussion and of dialogue. I think that young people are worried about it, not the very young ones. The very young ones in the field I know are already experimenting, but the 25, 30-year-old people are worried because they're still now building their career. From the discussions I've had, they're worried because they don't know what kind of masters or what kind of first job would be the one they would get. I have the opinion that more mature professionals in my field will be more ready to face, because we have a higher level of expertise and of experience, and we can judge if something is good enough or not good enough. So yes, it's probably, we are in a no man's land at the moment, I think, and it's a good chance to make the best out of it.
Thanks, and I think it's a good transition to our next question, which is about innovation and creativity. And we heard from Antonin and also from Raya that students were kind of reluctant in a way to use AI to some extent. But my question is more generally, how can AI enhance creativity and innovation in journalism? Who wants to go first?
Can I just,
yes.
I only have a small comment regarding what Tim said. Students that will be entering the trade will be expected to be able to work with AI. And the thing is, we've said that about other technologies like mobile journalism, like data journalism. We said we need to train them to do that because that's what will be expected, and it didn't happen. The thing is, media is not a very welcoming environment today. Newsrooms, traditional newsrooms, are not really welcoming environments to these kind of technologies yet, because management is not the newsroom. Like the management have very big ideas about how to pay less. I don't know how you say lower costs. However, the newsroom is very resistant, do not want to go to this extent. So what we are witnessing is like a hiatus between what you're teaching them and you're telling them that's the future, and as soon as they enter the market, it's really not the future, and they are frustrated. So this is really a small remark, and I can give the floor regarding...
Okay, on creativity and innovation, how can AI enhance journalism on that front?
Yeah, I would maybe just complement what Tim said about, and to answer the question. I mean, currently the tools that are the most used in the newsroom are typically tools like ChatGPT or whatever to rephrase, reformulate, summarize, find headlines, automatic tagging, this kind of things. I think this kind of usage is become quite common now in newsroom because it's easy. It's a low-hanging fruit, I would say, of AI tools. But I see at least two aspects that will, I think, develop and unleash somehow the creativity and the innovation of journalists. The first one is about multimodality. So we have more and more models that can handle both text, audio, image, video, and I think these kind of usage will really develop much more in the near future and in the longer future. Being able to transform a format from text to audio, from audio to text, with image, without image, with video or whatever, is something that will somehow, really unleash the creativity of journalists that will not necessarily require less specific technical skills to do so. So multimodality will be really something that will develop, I think, in the future inside the newsroom. This is the first aspect I wanted to mention. And the second one is all the usage of AI where we can do news reporting, what I call at scale. Meaning that AI, and I'm not talking here about generative AI specifically, but more AI and automation, automated data processing, I think will develop to being able to analyze, process a huge amount of data and huge amount of multimodal data, actually, to be able to extract more value and more quickly more value from a huge data set, whether it be archives from the media, but it can also be the reports from the parliament or whatever. So everything that brings where AI is able to recognize pattern or correlation in the data will help journalists. For instance, there is this a few months ago, the New York Times did publish a story about recognizing where big bombs were used in Gaza, and they did use actually artificial intelligence to be able to spot and to detect automatically these kind of things. There are plenty of examples like that, and I think this will really develop and unleash the creativity of journalists.
Tim and Maria, would you like to follow up?
I can give a couple. Yes? Oh, sorry. Go on, after you.
Would you like to respond?
I didn't raise my hand, but I would question what you said. I think that every 10 years we go through a new challenge, and I remember being a documentary filmmaker 10 years ago, the journalists were saying, now mobile journalism is coming up and we need to train. And I met many people who were learning the camera while being young writers at the same time, or the opposite. And it was a big discussion among filmmakers, documentarists, and young journalists. So now we're talking about AI in the newsroom. I think every 10 years there's a new keyword or a new technology thing coming out, or the market is asking for something. And we are just here to find ourselves training in new fields, new areas. I mean, mobile journalism is happening. Newsrooms still exist. Yeah? So we have the traditional and the new coexisting, I would say. And multimodality is not a new word as well. It's both in theory and in practice. And I think it's part of our lives anyway because of the digital and the little computers we carry all day. So I'm positive. I think there's a lot of things possible to happen. We just need to be careful and accurate. So, yeah, that's all.
Tim, and also on the need to train, which was also one of the questions raised here by one of you, the need to train journalists as well. There's a need to train journalists, not just students, but also to train journalists on artificial intelligence. What could be the solution?
Just a couple of lines on creativity and innovation. I mean, I think, just at a really simple level, if you're asked, to write a feature article on how Midsummer is celebrated around Europe, it's a big festival in some places, many places completely ignore it, you can ask that question of ChatGPT and it gives you enough material to kind of get your creative juices going. It would be a foolish journalist who simply submitted the thing generated by ChatGPT, but it would probably give you 3 or 4 leads that you could make phone calls or make other approaches to people to produce sufficient material to write a piece or to make a broadcast package. I mean, that's a kind of really prosaic example, but a concrete one that people will be using now. I think at a level of research, I mean, there are things to come. Lots of journalists get sent somewhere to find out, what's happening. There's an election in Brussels, what's happening? And they often get a lot of the information that they glean from local people, from the taxi driver who drives them from the airport into the city centre, who may or may not have interesting and accurate things to say. It would be perfectly possible to do far more sophisticated polling on behalf of a particular article, on behalf of a particular broadcast package using AI, which would massively enrich the ultimate product. It would become an actual piece of research rather than a clever writer's impressions of what they learned in the first bar that they stopped for drinking. So I think there are real ways that it can, it has the capacity to enhance journalism. To try and answer the subject on training mid-career people, I mean, I think the most important thing is to try it. I think the most important thing, you know, I know given, you know, a demand to write an article of that kind, I can, you know, I've developed my own ways of thinking of about how to do that, but actually forcing yourself to think, well, what would ChatGPT say? Does that bring anything new to the table? You know, actually taking time, taking an hour a day to try and make use of it and to see how it can enhance your work is the best way that anybody can really start to understand its potential.
Thank you. I have one last question. And then I'd like to give you the floor. Which jobs are the most threatened, you think, in our industry right now? Maybe Tim, yes.
I mean, I think all of the process jobs, it will soon be possible to, you know, to create print-ready pages. I mean, not that there's very much demand for print-ready pages these days, but, you know, to design pages of newspapers without anybody touching, you know, throw the copy and the pictures and out will come a pre-designed page. You'd probably want to adjust it, but, you know, there are people who, you know, that's their daily life, is producing 10 pages a day for a daily newspaper. That's at risk. I think the speed at which people can edit audio and video is likely to come down and down and down. When I was first taught to edit video about 10 years ago, I was told that the golden rule was that each broadcastable minute would take an hour to edit. I think already that's probably half that, because packages that we'll all have on our computers are so much quicker and more sophisticated. It can only be a matter of time before you can give a package raw footage and it will assemble it into, you know, the semblance of a broadcasted package that you probably want to adjust. So those kind of jobs, it's not so much that they're going to disappear, it's that it will be possible for people to do twice as much work, you know, in the same amount of time. Simply going and creating, you know, video packages for a local news program, whereas, you know, 20 years ago, 3 people would have been sent out for a day to do something about an intriguing innovation at a local fair. Today, 1 person is sent out for a day and will film it themselves and will then edit it in the back of their car. In the future, that person will be sent to do 2 stories because the editing is much quicker. Now, that might mean that we have lots more stories, which would be better. It possibly will mean that we have half the number of people doing that kind of work.
Could I add something? But I think, like, we all remember when Photoshop and Adobe Illustrator came out and what the change was for graphic designers. So I think still there are these waves of technology development and adoption and adaptation of the professionals. I mean, most of us remember the old days of the graphic designers or in the newspaper rooms, you know, when they're setting up, or even, you know, making a poster. I mean, now I can make a poster on canvas, but it will not be really good. So if I want to make a poster for my film, I would definitely address a professional. So we have a broader, a massive medium area of okay work, and then there's always the good quality work, which you always will need a professional or a trained person. I can make a 1 minute, let's say, trailer, but it might suck. If I want a really good trailer of your news item, I might need to address an editor. But I think the digitalization has already gone through this process. And I know hundreds of young people who are studying graphic designers. They did not disappear because of Photoshop or Illustrator or Canva or anything. So I think our world is generating also new work, new information, new fields. So many people are... How many young people are studying photography? So many people are studying photography, yeah? And just maybe they're more multi-skilled than the older photographers, probably. So I think there will be new things being generated. And to make a last small comment from practical things, talking about scripts being for applications for funding, a colleague is in the committee of the short film scripts, and he said that for the last 5 years, he was receiving, let's say, 50 scripts. Now he's receiving 200 scripts. But, and he says, there's no bad script nowadays, but the very good ones, the analogy of the very good ones is always the same. Yeah? So that means that producers and young filmmakers have raised their level through studying, researching AI or Googling or I don't know, or watching films on YouTube. But the really talented, good storytellers are not more than they were 5 years ago. So this for me is hopeful.
Antonin?
Yeah, just about the way jobs might be threatened, I would say that your job is the most threatened if you actually do not try what is available for your specific tasks involved by your job. So, so I would say that the jobs that do not try, experiment, and see what can be done, usually medium quality production, and for the high quality, indeed, we still need a professional. That's very hopeful and good. But it's also what you said, Maria. Highlight one of the biggest requirement is to develop this agility, because the speed you mentioned, mobile journalism, you mentioned Photoshop, and so on. All these evolutions have occur very, very, very quickly, and so the most important things now is somehow the resilience with which professionals can adapt to this change, to this liquidity of the boundaries of our professional activities in the media.
Could I add, you said the wonderful word liquidity, I think, because in the office we have many interns, and I see how young people with a master's degree or in the final year react, and liquidity and resilience is a very strong, I mean, we all need interdisciplinary skills, transversal skills, and for me this is the future. And I think young people or professionals will be judged for their transversal skills. And maybe this is something we have to question ourselves. What are we teaching the younger generation? It's not just Photoshop or not just writing.
Yeah,
I just wanted to add that in an interview with one chief editor of a local newspaper, he told me something that really stuck with me. He said, and he's not really tech savvy. Really not, and he's very worried about technology and what's going to happen to him and his newsroom. And he said, and when I think about it, I really can't wait for the AI turn to come. So, and I need it to come before my magazine or my newspaper disappears, because that's what they are really worried about. And so he said, okay, we get it, we need to adapt, and we're going to adapt. But if we really have to take this new step, we would rather AI tools be used to replace us for the task we hate to do, rather than the tasks that are really interested for a journalist to do and that are on the creative side of it. And if this means that we need to evolve with our professional identities, I'll be okay with it. But if we become the small hands of AI, this won't do at all, and I think he has a point in this.
And I think this leads really well to some of the questions that have been raised on WooClap, especially the one on intellectual property. Tim, you mentioned the recent agreement in France between Le Monde and journalist unions, which was about the GAFAM, but also included the OpenAI as a use and the 25% for journalists. It raised a very important question with all the different partnerships, so-called partnerships that have been agreed between a number of media and Microsoft and OpenAI. How do you see the protection of journalist copyright? How do you see this evolving? How can we make sure that journalistic works are not widely used by OpenAI without receiving a single remuneration?
Well, I mean, it's a very big question for the International Federation of Journalists at the moment. It partly depends upon the domestic laws in which something is published. Clearly, in the kind of, the so-called Anglo-Saxon systems, where for the most part the news platforms own the copyright, they are free to do with it what they will. I think it may be through industrial and moral pressure, some small element of that is gleaned for journalists themselves, but they have been pretty rapacious up until now, so I wouldn't be over-optimistic. I mean, perhaps if, you know, the New York Times, which is currently in litigation, if they were successful, I mean, you know, they are I mean, they're a very wealthy publication and they're unionized. They may just manage to get some money for the journalists, but, you know, I think that remains to be seen. Clearly, in countries where journalists retain more of their rights, which is most of continental Europe, I think the chances are rather better, although it will depend on people's willingness to fight, I suspect. I mean, you know, the SAG-AFTRA and Writers Guild dispute in Hollywood, I see as a talismanic success from which all creative professionals should learn. They were concerned about their rights, they were willing to take strike action, and they resolved their action with a deal that I think significantly benefits their members. And actually, most critically, the agreement that every piece of writing should have a human author, which is to say, however it's been produced, somebody puts their name to it and takes responsibility for it, I think is an enormously important principle. We've been trying to persuade our affiliates that they should emulate the approach of the Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA, but, you know, it depends very much upon where people are at in an industrial sense at the moment. But I think all people who are in there living creatively should be looking very carefully at these disputes and figuring out how we can all learn from them so that the beneficiaries of this technological revolution aren't a tiny cohort of people, most of whom live in California.
Antonin?
Yeah, just to make an addition there, I think it will be very interesting to follow this question of copyright, and just to highlight the strategy of OpenAI actually, because we said OpenAI is making agreements with many media and so on, but actually they are divide to conquer, because they are making a deal with a big English-speaking media with I don't remember the name now. Sorry? News Call. And also with Axel Springer, then Le Monde, then El País. But they are actually targeting languages. And now that they have one big deal with a big media in every language that is of interest for them, they do not listen to any other media. I think I know that in Belgium the media are trying to reach OpenAI, saying, okay, we might be interested also with the deal, and they are absolutely not interested, because they just want a big deal with the big media in the language they are of interest, and then they have divided somehow the front in this copyright battle.
You're talking about inequalities.
It's quite cynical.
It's interesting you're talking about that, because as far as I know, you are working on local media.
Yeah.
Can you really see an imbalance between the way local media and big mainstream media work with AI?
Well, the thing is that usually local media is usually the poor parent. Do we say that in English? I don't know. Poor child. Okay, in English it's the child. Well, of innovation. I mean, usually big media organizations do invest and involve themselves in innovation, and they are very right to do so. To have an innovation that is transversal and that is both bottom up and top down and so on. But usually local journalism, they have very strong habits. There are cultural habits also, depending on the newsroom. And I see the case in Belgium where we have both local journalism and small market. Belgium is a small market, and so they're combining somehow, I would say, weaknesses in front of innovation, at least. And that's why and on the other side, local journalism is proved to be very important and absolutely crucial for social cohesion and having engaging a local community, and engaging people and audience in their community, in their local community. It's very important for democracy and for social cohesion. So there is a gap there where I think we should pay much more attention to how to make innovation flow towards local newsrooms and local journalism. That's why we have created this research project about automation in local journalism, and I hope it will be a success. But that's the point of local journalism, that usually a victim. Yeah.
Does anyone want to add anything before I give the chance to the audience to speak? Okay. Do you have any question? Yes.
Innovation. Thank you. So how are you addressing the speed of that innovation and of the output that you produce vis-a-vis, well, normal people who consume or not information from media today? Because, again, the French-speaking colleagues might have the word infobesity in mind, and we are right in the middle of this, and I'm not sure that increasing the speed of output is something we should search for. But personal opinion here. Thank you.
I think it's a very interesting question and very relevant question. It's good to produce more and more, but if it cannot be consumed or qualitatively consumed, it doesn't have any point. And this relates to the information ecosystem in which we are currently diving, where actually we might be in a situation where the synthetic content is become huge compared to the authentic content. And as far as the media are concerned, I think one of the challenge of the media will be not really to detect synthetic content or to point to synthetic content or lower quality content, but to manage to visibilize or to make human and qualitative content more visible. And I think this is one of the biggest challenge for media to be able to play their role in the society, is to be able to make human and qualitative work emerge in this ocean of synthetic and authentic content.
If I can add before you, Tim. Sorry, I'm not sure that media managers are really interested or worried about the effects of high speed or high production. They're more worried about how to reach people and how to exist in an ecosystem that is filled with, like Antonin said, many information, and where they're trying to find our solutions to win the battle of attention. And these solutions are AI related also. So it's like AI to help them remain the leaders in the market, or at least to exist in the market. Whereas the real question is about what about the readers and how would they, well, I'm 100% with your, what you said.
It's clear that information ecosystems have evolved, and we've gone from broadcasting to narrowcasting. We've gone from a time when there were 1 or 2 or 3 channels. My mother grew up during the Second World War, and her mother obtained news through the radio. And I remember my mother saying, that she dreamed of when the war came to an end, because then there would be no more news. That, you know, they could stop having news because we'd no longer be at war. And obviously that didn't happen. That was to misunderstand the news. Yes, it would be lovely to go back to a situation where there were only, you know, 1, 2 or 3 television channels and 1, 2 or 3 newspapers in each country. But it doesn't seem to be the trajectory that we're on. And I think that we are, you know, news media are trying to answer a demand for ever more segmented and fragmented news, and the demand for that isn't really one that we can stop, even if we wanted to.
Yes. I'd just like to comment about jobs when we spoke just a bit before, and I think Tim said there will be more demands. Maybe they will change and the demands will increase. We're seeing this also in the academic field, not just related to journalists. So whereas, for example, a year ago, academics were sort of expected to produce a certain amount of publications per year, suddenly, with the advent of generative AI, these expectations are rising. And they're also rising in terms of what the university expects from these academics. So this would also affect, for example, promotions for academics. So these jobs are going to change. So people who will not be as conversant, in this case with generative AI, and how to best make use of generative AI, they're not going to be at the same level as people who are using it effectively and efficiently. Case in point, our research support officer, we held a meeting together just before I came here, and she was telling us, if you, as academics, as researchers, are not going to use generative AI to help you with your proposals for funding, then, you know, you stand less chance than others who know very well how to use it, how to make use of it. So jobs will change, maybe not lost, but people need to be in on the race. I saw a comment sort of like, why should we adapt to AI? I think this is precisely the reason why, because if we do not get up to scratch with whatever is happening, then we are not on the same starting line and starting position as others. And this will apply to, you know, to jobs in the creative industry as well. That's well.
Are you, two of you are professors? Do you adapt your grading to the fact that your students have access to AI?
I don't at all. And I think my students haven't yet understood that they can do a much better work, let's say just editing a text by using AI. So the text I correct, journalistic texts, are usually not that good. And I'm frustrated that they could have not a better job had they tried an AI, a generative tool. So for now, I haven't really felt the need to adjust my grading system when it comes to evaluating their capabilities of writing something interesting, pretty, like aesthetically pleasing. No, I haven't.
I do not adapt the way I'm grading, but I adapt indeed the way I assess and the way I teach somehow. And the way I research as well, because the question was also about the research activity, right? And actually, you're right. I'm part of a group for the university, thinking about reporting on guidelines and best practice for the university, addressed to students, teachers, and researchers. And there are really 3 sections in this report we are currently finalizing. And each of these sections start with a section about formation, teaching, training. Thank you. About training, highlighting the necessity to train students, researchers, and teachers on the usage of these tools. And this is our first recommendation. So indeed, you're right. Now I I want to still believe that we will be able to get research funding without making ChatGPT help us. I want to believe that we will be still able to do slow research or these kind of things. So this is also for the, here I'm talking about the specificity of the academics. We have also to exert, to use our academic freedom to being able to do research as we want it, and not necessarily helped by AI tools if we do not want to. But being aware of them and know how to use them and know what are their limits and risks is obviously important.
We'll take Anne-Claire. Anne-Claire, you had a question. It will be the last one, sorry.
Yeah, my question is not more about...
Anne-Claire. Okay, go and then
It's not about information overload, the previous question. It's more about authenticity of the source of where the article is coming, news article is coming, for example. Maybe watermarking or rubber stamping the provenance of the article for quality, something that Antonio pointed out. Maybe through blockchain, for example. Do you consider this an option?
Absolutely. As I said, I think on the technical point of view, detection is a dead end. I mean, AI will always have one step. We always be one step further, so to detect it correctly. So I think one of the main challenge now for media, but also in other sectors, is to being able to certify human content or content that has been acknowledged and tempered by humans, whether it be text or images or whatever. And actually, there exist some technical solutions for this. You mentioned watermark or these kind of things, but actually there are even now standards that are developed in the image field to be able to trace, to have the provenance of all the modifications that have been done on an image since the device sensor or since the multimodal AI model. So I think this is, technically, this is something very enthusiastic about how to certify content, and I think certification of content is much more important than detection of synthetic content.
Anne-Claire, last question.
It was quite close from that. I was just thinking, do you think that the students in journalism are, but not just them, but also the professional, the one that are in career, do they are aware of what intelligence artificial can bring to the perception of the world, except besides how it can support their work? So because we talk a lot about how AI could help to go faster, quicker, with, just more about the techniques. But what about the representation of the society and how the AI could influence them on the perception of the society or the quality of the journalism they would like to have?
This is precisely why we have courses now regarding AI that are not only technical. It is really important to address these issues because students, like most citizens, are not really aware of how AI tools, contents produced with the help of AI or only through AI can have biases, etc. So what we have decided to do in my journalism school is to create a series of courses that deal with the technical aspects of it, with the element of a cultural technical aspect of it, and with the practical, and then mixing the two and questioning what's happening.
Thank you. Yes, Tim?
Add one line just to say, I think it's photography, for example, has always had the capacity to deceive from the first frames that were exposed. And, whether it's by misrepresenting the diversity of people in a group, whether it's by only representing people who have certain physical attributes, or whether it's by capturing people in a way that makes it look as though something was happening that wasn't. And the real test against that is the integrity of the professionals. The real test is the fact that the person who takes the images takes a deep personal responsibility for, and you know, is reflective over the course of a career, not just in respect of a single image, about the true integrity of their work. And news organizations need to be built on relationships of trust among quite large numbers of people that is based on a commitment to try and tell the truth, imperfectly always, but as best we're able, and to continue trying to do that better every time that we do that. It's great that there are technological watermarkings and things that will help to establish provenance, but I think the personal commitment to accurate representation is the single most important thing. And obviously a newsroom will look at images, you know, some of which they don't know where they've come from, but they should be treated as pieces of evidence that, you know, may represent what they appear to represent, or may be computer fantasies, and should apply every possible means they can to establish accuracy, which may in themselves be time-consuming and labour, you know, take quite a lot of labour.
Thanks, Tim. And I think that sums up very well what we've been discussing, the need to have a human decision behind the use of AI. I would like to thank you very much for your input today. And now I'm not sure there's a coffee break, or if we just move on to the next panel. We move on to the next panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our final panel session of the day, AI, Political Manipulation and Bias. I'm Monika Ksentievska, your moderator for this panel session. We've been talking about artificial intelligence all day, and we are aware that it's part of our everyday and our everyday habits, and that there's no escaping it, and it's going to continue to shape the world we live in. So that's why it's really important to scrutinize the profound impact it has on political structures, societal structures, media landscape, and etc. Especially having in mind that the intersection of artificial intelligence, media manipulation, and bias is a complex one and could be a potentially concerning one. That's why it's important to discuss this. We have a great panel of experts today to guide us through these issues and also share their insights. First, we're going to start with Raina Stamboliska. an expert in digital diplomacy and resistance, as well as the CEO and founder of RS Strategy, as well as an award-winning author of The Hidden Face of the Internet. Next, we have Alan Strobel, a professor at UC Leuven on intellectual property, IT and media law, who also teaches advanced masters on IP and IT law at the Munich IP Law Center. Next, we have my colleague Vladimir Delov from the Institute of Communication Studies, whose background in political and strategic communication and work both in the public and NGO sector is going to bring, I think, an interesting perspective, considering he has been a communication advisor to various ministers. And rounding out our panel is Daniel Bonvoisin. You might remember him from the second panel. He is a former journalist in international relations who currently leads the team of continuing education in Media Animation, and as he said, his interest is in the contemporary uses of games and cinema, as I remember. So I think we can now start. The first question, we mentioned that briefly talking in the other panels, but we talked about how we can use AI to create content and how it can help or not help maybe journalists, but how can AI be used to manipulate public opinion and behavior through media? Who wants to start? I see Raina. No?
Okay, so thank you so much, and thank you for the organization and for having me. So I've been asking silly questions all day. Now it's my turn to try and say something smart. And I'm very happy that we have people from Eastern Europe as well with us, so my neighbors from Macedonia. So we have a lot of different issues when it boils down to technological innovation. Because yes, we can produce information more quickly, we can make better pictures and so on and so forth. But I'm also reminded of this, it's called the Moore Law of Mad Science. And the guy who coined this says that that law says that every 18 months, the minimum IQ necessary to destroy the world drops by 1 point. So it's a tongue-in-cheek way to say that we don't do technology, or at least we shouldn't do technology for the sake of doing it, or innovate for the sake of innovation. We do it to have better lives, to spend more time walking around the lake instead of, you know, copy-pasting stuff in Excel sheets, and so on and so forth, right? So the question about technology is about how we can create society, continue creating society, and continue interacting with people in a way that basically makes us happier, you know. And so far, what we are hearing is we either have a very industry-driven point of view, which is give me more money so that I can scrap more data and train bigger LLMs, or the very doom and gloom point of view of we are all gonna die and the AI will annihilate us, you know, sort of, kind of. And so in the middle, we are left with that lowering of the entry barrier, you know, to using a technology which, or technologies, plural, which have a tremendous impact on how we interact with other humans, right? And something that we saw in now a few years back when Trump got elected is, you remember all those discussions we had about bubbles, about you know, spread of disinformation online and so on and so forth. And what we kind of saw less, discussed less, was the capability of technology to amend and adapt on a very sensitive level the message towards the target that it has, right? And so I remember that was and why I remember it is it was one of my first live TV shows, and bushy-tailed, you know, I come there and there is a guy from the Trump campaign. And so it was a very, creative experience. And the guy was basically bragging about using ways to repurpose and reformulate and fine-tune the campaign message to people who like white shirts. So they would put forward a campaign picture, for example, with the candidate with a white shirt. They wouldn't change anything less, and so on and so forth. And so they would produce algorithmically more than 50,000 variations of the same message, which humanly possible. It's humanly impossible, right? And so that's something that's kind of got me thinking from that point on about how we approach, well, interactions between humans and how we also approach the rules that govern us as a society, because that's the kind of situation that our laws today about free speech, for example, have not taken into account, right? When we talk about free speech, we talk about humans talking. We don't think about machines talking to humans, right? So if I can produce 50,000, 60,000, 100,000 variation of a single message during a political campaign, is it still the candidate talking to people, or is it something else, someone else? Which gets me to that question about, you know, how do we regulate is a strong word, but how do we contain, and should we contain the ways that technology, that, you know, that people use technology when we try to live together, right? So yes, we have a lot of synthetic content online, we've heard this, but it's way more prevalent in English than it is in French, than it is in Bulgarian, than it is in Macedonian, right? Which is also a different way of looking at things, meaning that if I want to improve my prompts, because we've been talking about prompts earlier as well, I will most probably do that in English, right? So how am I going to express a lived reality in France, for example, through a prompt in English to put forward an AI, a ChatGPT generated website that is supposed to push forward a specific campaign, for example. Now, all those things kind of get together and create an, I don't have the English word about this, but the French speakers will understand a glubi-boulga, you know, like a hodgepodge of things that make no sense, right? And that don't give an actual representation of reality. But it will, at some point, drive the way that you and I will go and vote tomorrow. We are out of EU elections, and I live in France where we have a weird crisis going on. So bear with me when I'm talking about elections. So that's kind of the questions I wanted to ask you, because I don't have that many answers as I have questions. And what worries me is not that we have a lot of industry actors or political actors and so on and so forth that produce technologies, but what worries me is that we do not, as a society, have a candid debate. And that's also why I'm also very happy that you guys are launching this project, is that we don't have that debate where we can talk about not what tools exist, but how we use them, how we appropriate them, and what it produces to others, right? And so this public debate about finally the freedom, the economics of freedom of speech, because that's where we are going with this, right? Since anyone can produce news websites and newsy nuggets and earn a lot of money from this, we are finally in a situation where we are talking about the economics of free speech. So where we are going with this, and how do we factor in geopolitical tensions and evolutions into this? And how do we factor in non-state actors? Because humans, like we, users, are non-state actors, but so are the big corporations that put forward those tools, be them ChatGPT or so many others. And I'll stop here and give you back the floor. Thank you.
Who wants to go next?
Well, AI can definitely help us in the process of clustering or segmentation the publics in the sphere of public relations. But what I'm most worried about is that generative AI can be used by everybody actually in the fabrication of reality. Nowadays, we have deceptively realistic content that can fool anybody, the so-called deepfakes that are basically produced by, can be produced by anyone with a smartphone or can use a pretty much cheap web service to create a solid deepfake. I mean, we're at the stage where there are already deepfakes that can be hardly distinct from the real content. Having in mind that 2024 is the so-called election year, where there are elections at least 64 countries in the world, so basically half of the population in the world will go to elections. Having in mind that we can easily fool our voters by portraying politicians in negative light with the use of deepfakes, this poses a great threat to democracy, and that is the vocal point of the whole West Hemisphere. It's strange how easily we can manipulate the public today to believe in things that actually never happened. I also come from a country that is known for good wine and fake news. In 2016, I believe, during the elections in the United States, there is a town in Macedonia that is known for the creation of fake news. So basically hundreds of people were part of this network that created news that were posted online to target American voters. You can probably question why were they doing that, but they were paid by Google Ads. They were hunting just clicks and get paid from Google Ads. People made millions out of it, and nowadays you don't need this vast network of people to create so many fake news. Nowadays you have AI that can replace hundreds of people in the creation of news that seem realistic to people, that will flood the internet with fake news, and that will probably confuse the algorithm with what is real or not. So my concern is really not that much that AI will replace a decent graphic designer, rather that AI can be modern Goebbels. So AI can actually today even be the creator of a strategy for misinformation, disinformation, fake news. It can play a public communication manager. So I think that nowadays
in terms of politics, it poses greater threats than benefits to humanity, since we cannot manually we already cannot manually evaluate the difference between a fake and a real content. Thank you.
Does anyone wants to go next, or we can go to the next question? Okay.
Well, maybe I can say something. My point of view is the one of a lawyer. So I try to be prudent as a lawyer. And maybe to start with, because there was some reference to regulation versus containment. Yeah, regulation can mean many different things, and I'll start maybe with the issue that was discussed in the previous panel, because I'm not sure I share all the opinions on the copyright debate, which is, I think, quite an important one for the profession. It's not new, because I think it's a kind of remake of the issues we had with Google News about 15 years ago. So there were a lot of legal fights around that new tool. So we have new ways to aggregate the content, but Google News was already an aggregator. The generative AI tools are, in a sense, new aggregators. The law has a little bit changed since then. I'm not that sure the situation, for instance, in Europe. It was said that journalists keep their rights, so there are more chances of more action. I have some doubt, and by the way, right now there are more than 20 cases in the US, and we don't have any on the continent. Maybe because the issue has been partly solved into regulation. In the US, the big question is whether it's fair use. Is it fair to kind of reuse of content? And that was already the case with many tools offered by Google. So there were cases about Google News, but there was as well cases about Google Books, for instance. And there is an important case about Google Books that said that the offer of snippets of books, of course, it's a reuse, but it's transformative, and because of that, it can be exempted and considered as a fair use. And now that's a question in the US, whether it applies as well to the reuse by OpenAI and others. But in Europe, we partly solved the issue by introducing, maybe it's too technical, a text and data mining exception that concerns the training of AI. There was some doubt whether it applies to generative AI, because when it was discussed back in 2017, nobody was speaking about generative AI. But now with the AI Act, it has been made clear that it concerns as well generative AI. And in fact, there is one text and data mining exception for the research community, which is quite broad, and we enjoy it. And I think it's important to have such a text and data mining exception. There is another one that allows as well commercial purpose. That was an extension that might benefit some commercial entities. But there is a possibility to opt out. And the big issue right now is to opt out or not to opt out. That's a big question in Europe. But journalists or media should opt out if they want their content not to be used for training AI tools in Europe. And the big issue right now is how do you express the opt-out? Are there standards for the opt-out? Yes, of course there are. Robot.txt is already a standard. Of course, it's a standard decided by the big tech companies first. It's not sure that it goes in the right directions for the content providers. So there are a lot of other discussions on standards, C2PA, or there are many other discussions that are beyond my competence. But that's a real issue that we have. And I think because of the exceptions, we won't have that many cases because of the TDM exception in Europe. Even in the UK they have it, but it's slightly different. Okay, that was already too much probably on the copyright issue, so I stop here. I'll say more on other issues.
If you...
Okay. For me, the question of disinformation, or how can we manipulate the public opinion by AI is it's quite difficult, because we can imagine what could be done, but where are the real example of deepfake used in a political campaign that had an obvious effect on something? I'm not sure, but I think that one of the issue is that it seems to me that parties could use AI for generate synthetic contents and flood the internet with a lot of things. It's what is trying to do Putin right now, flooding our news and social network system with fake news and others. And I think the goal is not to manipulate the opinion, but to destroy the public space as a space where we can share and discuss and decide and confront the ideas. If the public space if the media are the public space, if the social networks are the public space, it could be destroyed, but because we cannot effectively use it as a space to discuss, because everything will be polluted by all this synthetic content. But it's not in terms of manipulation. I think it's in terms of destroy what is the way where we debate. I think it's quite complicated to see it clearly right now. But I think for me it's two levels. The level what we discussed, the direct manipulation, and behind that, what is in the data set. All the data sets are built, and it's not a manipulation behind that, but we talk about gender stereotypes, ethnic stereotypes. We see that the data sets are biased, made with bias. And the question is how this bias can be addressed. How can we modify the data set for using the AI to generate something more inclusive or something else? And this is, I think, a deeper concern in terms of politics. For instance, in terms of North-South relations. All the data are trained by people coming from South, or for instance, it's not the South, but the Macedonian workers for the Trump campaign. But the data is coming from the North. And it's mainly, we are building a tool who will reproduce a certain point of view on the world coming from the North part of the North, and the masculine part of the society, and the white part of the society, and the heterosexual part of the society. There is two battles around AI. First, the direct use, and behind that, how can we change the data set and include in those tools a more correct vision of reality, or maybe include more realities than only the white North reality of the world. So I think the political question here is very hard. Besides, if we don't talk about the use of AI in the algorithmic system, for instance, making public surveillance, as when the camera in the street. But we know that it's a powerful tool for the maintenance of order, for the security matters, but I'm not sure that it's the topic here. So won't go there, but I think it's a real question of all those algorithms who are managing the surveillance system in the metro, the subway, is based on data set who is focusing of non-white people as more dangerous than other, for instance. But are we talking about a media? I'm not sure. So I think we need to maybe focus on what are we talking about and what kind of AI are we talking about for see what's the political risk or effect can we discuss here. So.
Thank you. Arena has something to
If
add.
I may add something very quickly. Sorry, you were first.
Sorry.
Thank you for bringing this up because it's the way things are starting to pan out is we are trying to put nice names on notions of control, you know, like when you look at the public space that used to be the digital public square that used to be Twitter, for example, now called X, and I'm not talking, you know, about porn here. It used to be an actual place where we would exchange views, where you would have a lot of journalists and so on and so forth. Now it's become a dumpster fire of misinformation, of disinformation and so on, what I call informational disorders, and others have come up with this as well, because it translates way more things than just disinformation, right? It translates that informational disorder aspect, translates the biased construction of data sets, the biased setup of people who work with those data sets. And then, you know, excuse my French, but shit in, shit out. So you get biased representations in, you get biased representations out, right? But you also have the uptake of that sort of approaches and tools for geopolitical influence campaigns. For example, what we observed in France with the European elections is the campaign has been named Matryoshka, like those dolls, you know, the Russian dolls. Why? Because you had bots and generally a wide public of troll farms and you know, in Russia mainly. But they could have been elsewhere, right? Basically creating fake content, then spamming actual fact checkers and journalists to ask them to fact check that content. Meaning saturating, you know, human juice, brain juice, with fake content to make them move forward their focus from what is actually happening on the ground to something that is completely made of, but looks like probable, right? And so this is where information disorder for many people sounds more appropriate because it translates a reality that is way larger and richer than just disinformation, which also speaks about other dysfunctional aspects of how we build those technologies, right? I don't know whether that makes sense, and which can also bring us to the economics of manipulation, right? Thank you.
Maybe to continue first on just what you said, yeah, I think we should be a bit stricter with the concept we use because there are different phenomena, and you refer to disinformation or information disorder, which is a broad concept that should be distinguished from disinformation, from misinformation, and I think as well from propaganda. And what we are talking quite often is propaganda pushed by state actors, Russia, for instance, and many others. And that requires other measures, of course, than to deal with the other issues. And I think we should be a little bit more strict in what we intend to address. There is as well, I think, a big difference between the risks and the harms of, I mean, if we speak in general about information disorder, or I use disinformation to refer to this whole, all those categories. Because I mean, I was struck by the fact that although there were a lot of warnings in the press, in the traditional press over the last months about all the risk of AI and social media in relation to the elections, what happened over the last weeks, at least, or I'm not well informed, but there was no big issue that came out with this information that might really have impact the outcome of the elections. So far, I know. We will maybe discover more later. So I think it's a little bit overblown, the issues, and by the press, which likes to speak about the risk of information disorder. I have some research project on this information from more legal point of view, so I don't want to say that there is no problem, otherwise I might maybe lose my funding as well. But at the same time, I think there is some misunderstanding about the harms of online disinformation. And there was quite recently an interesting article in Nature on that. I don't think that exposure of the average person, and I'm speaking in all countries, which are well developed with many media, I don't think that the exposure of the average citizen is high to disinformation. So I think that that's maybe one myth, or that everything is governed by algorithms. I mean, people have been dealing with algo governance, but I'm not sure things are so much determined by algorithms as well, and that social media are responsible for all, I mean, the bad developments in our societies, like polarization as well. I have some I mean, doubts about this approach, and I think we should be a little bit more careful because there are probably risks, but we kind of assume that there are harms, and the harms are not always established. And I think for a lawyer, we have to concentrate on the harms, and it's not that clear what they are. We have one important piece of legislation, I could say a lot on the Digital Service Act, which tries to identify and to make the platforms aware of some risks, the so-called systemic risk. And among those systemic risks, you have the risk for democracy and then disinformation. Well, I could say more on that. I'll stop here because that was already too much.
Thank you. You already started you got into the second question. As Daniel and then Raina stated that the data sets are biased, that what we feed AI is what we get at the end. How can we, what strategies, what tools, what can we do to mitigate these biases in AI system used in media and news to ensure that we have impartial and accurate information, especially in times of elections? For example, what can we do to mitigate those biases? Any solutions to the problem?
You wish to? No, okay. Nothing? No. No, I'm not sure that we can fight the bias by a magical solution or a technological solution. But for me, as a media trainer in the field of media literacy, I like it because I can have, with the most easy way possible, the proof by the AI that things are made of stereotypes. If I asked an image generator to produce a doctor, we have a man, and so on. So it's easy to show this, and you see that's a stereotype. And it's paradoxal, but I think it could be used easily for us for raising awareness against the stereotypes in all the media field, with using the most stereotype of all, the AI tool, in fact. But it didn't, it's not a solution. It's a way to make popular education. The only solution is to give to the data sets new data, more inclusive, and to be aware of that and to fight for asking that to the tech companies who are developing those tools. And we have to not forget that what is given to those tools is that numeric data set. What we can do with what is not numerized in our society. And behind that, we have to admit that those tools are the pure product of our modern society, North, etc. It's very complicated. I think that China is trying to develop its own AI by using its own data sets, producing certainly other way to produce images, text, and so on. There is ways, but these ways for the people who are the meaning of doing that. So it's not easy at all at fighting those bias. But I think it's an opportunity to using those bias for an invitation to think of what is a bias, what is culture, and what is our culture in terms of bias and stereotypes.
Anyone else? What can we do? Is there a solution?
Sorry. No, please. Okay. Well, I mean, the issue of bias, of course, it's a huge one. But I think, again, for a lawyer, I mean, there are no ways to really fight with legal means bias. But what you fight is discrimination, because then bias might lead to discrimination that creates some harm, and that should be distinguished. I mean, there are many bias, but they are without harm. One good example that you have seen probably is when you ask Mistral and OpenAI which country did invent les frites. Mistral, French company, responds it's France, and OpenAI, so that's why we like it, of course, refers to Belgium. I mean, that kind of bias, probably they are biased, yeah. The data used by Mistral probably are more French data and might lead to a different outcome. But we have so many of those bias that probably do not raise any harm and are acceptable. I think the bias are less acceptable when they are not in the data, but when they are in the rules themselves, imposed by the developers. And we saw the case with Gemini when it was asked to produce some images of soldiers of the Second World War in the German army. And you had, of course, the rule imposing diversity, which led to the fact that you had faces of Asian people and black people, which, of course, did not exist probably in the German army at that time. So I think, yes, I mean, probably there is more to do, but that's for the engineers, to solve the bias. But it's a bias that maybe doesn't have much implications. So I'm not sure it's for the law to intervene in such a case.
It's interesting because I have a lot of lawyer friends, and we always have that debate about ex post and ex ante. You know, like what happens, should I get to grips with something before a causality, you know, the impact has materialized, the harm has materialized? Or should I wait for things to go really bad and then act upon this and try to provide retribution? Like, am I putting this glass here and expecting it not to fall, or am I picking up the pieces once it's down, right? And so that's where we have this very fundamental difference, right? Because as a risk management professional, my aim is the glass doesn't fall. And if it falls, I have to limit the damage that it does when it falls, because at some point it will, right? So, and that's where we have perceptions that clash, right? And that's where, since we're talking about concepts and things like this, the one about hybrid threats is a very interesting one. So it's been, I mean, in my area of expertise, it's something that's been talked about for ages. But it's an interesting one because it puts you in that very wobbly, uncertain position of not knowing whether someone is truly hostile, of being under the threshold of pure hostility. It's in the gray, right? We are not at complete peace, but we are not at war either. We are in a situation where we don't get along. You know, there is that kind of conflict, low-level conflict. So, and so that's where information disorders at large come in, but that's also where, deep fakes come in. That's also where so many other things come in, like, for example, online, how is escroquerie in English? Romance scams and different scams coming from Africa and targeting Europe, for example, that have a very strong post-colonial aspect to them, right? So that's where all those things come together, and that's where we see that we are not in a, outright conflict. We are in between somewhere in a gray zone where tensions exist and where different actions materialize to translate those tensions. They may generate a lot of money, they may generate problems between states or between institutions and so on and so forth, right? And that's where we are with this AI discussion is, should we wait for the glass to be broken, before we start asking the tough questions about how do we deal with this, or should we do it now and start educating people about what the impacts may be? So perhaps there is no clear causally, demonstrated link between a foreign state actor, hostile or whatever operation leading up to a specific result in elections. But that's also because we are seeing Iranian actors, for example, vis-a-vis the US, changing very dynamically their approaches towards influence operations, for example. Does that produce actual results? We don't know, but if I have a hammer, everything is a nail, right? So depending on what we look at in terms of results, if I look at, does Russian disinformation in France made the National Front go up and be the first in terms of election results? Causality, I don't know, but do I see a rift in society, a distrust, a mistrust between people, and people really breaking aside from mainstream media and so on and so forth? Yes, I do. Is this a causal, is this am I picking up now the pieces of that glass by doing fact-checking? That's where we are. So that's where I'm kind of cautious about the whole harm thing, because to me, once the harm is clear, it's too late, right? And so that's where kind of we need also to accept that there may be, and there are, situations where things are not so clear, and that uncomfortable feeling of being right below the hostile line, the hostile threshold, this is where those things happen, and we don't need to go beyond it. We also need to look at it in terms of cumulative effect. So one incident itself or one action itself may not be much, but when they combine, what do they produce as impact? And that's where I think we should go in terms of also literacy about, you know, what technological tools, who produces them? I'm not sure OpenAI is big on humanistic values or universal values. So who produces those tools? Who benefits from them? Since we were talking about deepfakes earlier, there are documented cases about scale-ups that raise a lot of money, where you can, providing you buy a premium subscription of 15 euros or dollars a month, you can produce up to 40,000 fake nude content a day. And those data sets, they are trained on real women, on real children, and so on and so forth. So, but nobody is sanctioning this. So who are the people producing those tools and putting them forward and accessible to people? You know, the threshold of destroying humanity drops by 1 point every 18 months. So that's where we are, and that's where the discussion should go, rather than assessing the harm and trying to kind of get retribution of some sort. Thank you.
Thank you, Raina. We have around 10 minutes left, so I have one more question to address before we go for a couple of questions from the public. What I noticed on the book lab in almost each panel is about ethics, and there was one question that stuck in my mind was what does an ethical AI look like? So, and Daniel already mentioned that we need more inclusive data sets. So how can AI developers ensure ethical standards and inclusivity is maintained in this type of AI systems that generate news? Does anyone?
I mean, AI will never be neutral. AI will always follow all the inconsistencies of its creators, us. I mean, so basically, as time goes by, we will feed it and we will build it the way we would like it to look like. But I don't know, ethics. Yeah, you can try and use ChatGPT, for example, and see how ethical it goes. I mean, I have tested it a couple of times, and I faced some barriers that some people would say it's part of the woke culture, but you can always try to bypass it, and AI will be, I mean, as ethical as its creator. That's what I can say. Nothing more. It's up to us the way we use it, and nothing more. I mean, our own restrictions can reflect upon something that is merely a tool for us.
Does anyone have anything to add, or we can go for questions from the floor? Questions? Okay, does anyone have any questions? I see a question there.
Regarding the last comment about the ethics of AI, or AI is as ethical as its creator, I think that is why there's a promise that the EU AI Act can help towards this. Having enforcement within each individual country and enforcement agencies can help creators adhere to the ethics of developing AI and AI platforms. Maybe being a bit cynical or a bit skeptical, one has to question whether this enforcement will truly work and whether this will really, work justly towards trying to mitigate biases, trying to be as fair and socially just, and to improve kind of democracy, because that is also another issue. We may think that we have freedom of thought, freedom of will, but maybe we are living in these echo chambers, as you had first discussed, where algorithms really amplify what we think is the right way to be. So there are loads of questions about that. But hopefully, the EU AI Act and these coming, it will be enforced in these coming 2 years, but hopefully it will be a step forward in creating tools that are more just, maybe more democratic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe because it refers to a legal act, indeed that is not yet into force, we still have time, but I don't think we should expect too much from the AI Act. It's basically a product conformity legislation which aim to ensure safety mainly, and to address then some possible harms, of course, like with other product safety rules concerning toys or transport and so on. I'm not sure the issues of democracy and others will be dealt with, although there is a fundamental right assessment that should be made. But I think the DSA, the Digital Service Act, is more the response that you expect, and that is already in place, because the DSA aims to solve some of the issues linked to disinformation, not by imposing any content or just by imposing transparency. That's legislation by transparency, and it focuses on the roles of platforms. Of course, disinformation has some roots into the behavior of users, and there I think a lot should be done. Education, media literacy should be improved. There is a lot, and you are the expert on that. Then, of course, the states, but you have always to be careful with the states when it's about content, because if you give too much to states, I think that's not the right way. So the focus of the DSA is really on the platforms and on the assessment first of the systemic risk, including risk for democracy. But as with any law imposing transparency, and of course at the end of the day there might be some heavy remedies at the end of the day, but that's the approach which was taken. So I think at least don't expect too much from the AI Act. There are some requirements, like for instance, users should be made aware that they are dealing with an AI tool and not with a person. So again, that's an obligation of information that is important, but it won't solve, the most acute disinformation issues. And just to add to what you said, because concerning what I call propaganda, or you were referring to the impact of the Russian campaigns. I think that's called in the EU parlance foreign information manipulation and interference, FIMI. So there are a lot of measures against FIMI, and they are very important. So, when we refer to propaganda, a lot of actions have to be taken ex ante, clearly. But it's less the case for the other types of disinformation, misinformation, sometimes when the information is in good faith spread by many people who have no intention, of course, no bad intention. So, that was a difference. So, ex ante, yes, for maybe FIMI or propaganda, but for the rest, we should be careful and mainly focus on transparency requirements. It's already quite a lot on platforms.
Thank you, Alan. Is there... Oh, you ran.
More of a call to action than an assessment, because thank you for raising this, because it's a question of collective responsibility, right? We can produce any amount of legal rules that you want, and we are doing so, right? I mean, part of my job is literally this. The problem we have is application, right? Because we are like, whenever you ask someone, anyone, what should we do to limit the impact of fake news in society? And everyone is like, oh, everyone should think clearly and critically, and we should teach kids about, you know, blah, blah, blah. So we get back to the individual. And we say the individual is responsible for what they believe in, which is, yeah, you know, I'm afraid my English will not be enough to remain polite and you know, here. So yes, there is individual responsibility, but there is precisely this collective responsibility. And devil is in the details. I, for one, expect a lot from the AI Act, precisely because of that change of perception, because the AI Act is a piece of legislation that comes through a very unique angle under this new legislative framework that concerns products. But it also has this unique fundamental rights assessment. And for now, we have never done, for example, the AI Act will produce a lot of certification schemes, right, for those products. And so for now, we have never done such a thing, right? So this will be, so that logic, how do you put fundamental rights protection into your doll for kids that responds to the kid when the kid talks to it? How do we do that, technically speaking? I have no idea, you know, and then, so that's the call to action aspect is please be careful in your countries that we do provide, you know, those institutions and administrations that will be tasked with the oversight of the application of that sort of legislation. Be careful about that the state budget provides them with the means to do that, because we saw it in GDPR, you know, with GDPR, it's very diverse in terms of, you know, application across the EU. All right, so, and again, here we talk about fundamental rights again, the same with GDPR. We shouldn't do the same mistakes as not providing, again, you know, enough resources to those institutions to well, basically protect us, you know. So thank you for that question/comment.
Thank you. Do we have one more question? Yeah.
It's about the AI Act again. Was published in January, should be enforced by the end of this month, hopefully. And it's very specific in certain cases, so it's a very important act, I think. For example, any country in the EU cannot do research, and we're stopping our own research, with face detection in schools. And it will be illegal to do so. So it is quite enforcing. While you can do this in China, which they're doing, you can do it in UK, and you can do it in the States. I do agree with Hélène, for example, about the issue of bias, because it brushes over bias, literally, the act. So it's not that specific about bias. But I want to ask the panel what they think about issues of companies like OpenAI outside the EU. We're all using it. And even Amnesty International were claiming something like using Nigerian workers or Kenyan workers with $2 an hour to input data, for example, and such issues that even though outside the EU, we're still contributing to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to answer?
You're talking about the labor used for the AI development. Is that the question? Okay, because it's yeah, it's a very good question, but I think it's another topic that we didn't have today. But I think it's very important to understand that there is a lot of people who are working daily to feed those tools in conditions that are also politic. That it's linked to the North-South, Global South relation and the fact that we create poor jobs for poor people, mainly. But it's interesting to see that it's not only in the South, but also here. As you know, in the United States, this platform, the Amazon Turk Mechanica, where people can subscribe and the night working on it for a few cents and using their hours to labeling some image for something. And we can do that in Europe as well. So I think it's more globally the question of the labor. The AI will not steal today our jobs, but create shit jobs for a lot of people, and a lot of people is using this for trying to gain money for their life. And it's mainly linked to the fact that those technologies are used for lowering our standards of what is a job and what is a salary. And it's done in the dark. It's official. We can go to the website, but the legislation here is too slow on this point. In Belgium, we just lose a judiciary issue for those who are delivering pizza. It's the same, in fact. Are they employees or not? I think the discussion, behind discussion, there is a huge field of legislation and awareness of what is need for developing those tools. Yes, I have a point of view, of course, but I think it's something we need to explain. Those tools are not magical. You go on it, it's just a window where you put your prompts, but behind that there is a lot of people who are working with a very, very low condition, and it's hiding behind the magical of the technique. So I think we need to talk about it, at least.
I think we can wrap it up here. We're out of time. Thank you, everyone. And I think now it's time for a coffee break, and following the coffee break are the concluding remarks. So thank you for your attention.
So, thank you. I'm sorry, it's quite the last speech of the day, so we are all tired. But I have the goal to giving you a recap of the day and the panel we had. So I will provide you first, of course, a summarization of the panels, and then we will move to some personal consideration that could be of interest for you. So, if we can start, Alessandro. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is the structure of the panels we had today. 4 different panels covering a lot of concepts, a lot of issues that maybe require each one more deepened analysis. I will give you just a recap of the main concept, and I, starting, apologize if I missing some of the main information, but I think that more or less all is present. So we can move to the panel 1. The goal was fostering, the first point was fostering a positive view of AI. So providing the idea that AI is not an enemy, but an empowerment tool. But at the same time that AI is not just a technological concept, is just a material product, and we will deepen this concept in the next slide. I put in yellow my personal consideration, in purple my personal consideration. And another concept that we analyzed during the first panel was, of course, the relation between awareness, data literacy, and AI literacy. Of course, there is a continuum between awareness and AI literacy, but at the same time, AI literacy is linked to data literacy, not just in a sequential way, but in a circular way. Because, of course, generative AI change also our definition of data literacy, so we have to move more from just technical understanding of the data concept to a cultural understanding of data. And the open issue is, of course, it's to find the right level of technicism that we have to use in our AI literacy framework, but it is still an open issue, of course. So we can move to the other. And of course, also in the panel 1, we discuss about explainability and transparencies. And it is important to consider that these 2 concepts should be handled considering the human awareness. So from a technical point of view, it's true that there are AI models, because AI is not just, of course, LLM. There are models that are naturally explainable. And, of course, also the process of building AI models is, of course, explainable. But the reality is that we still don't know the true story about LLM. There are a lot of open issues, and the bunch of research we are see in also in computer scientist field is telling that we have to research more also on the real nature of LLM. So we can move on the panel 2. Okay, the panel 2 is it was about the social use and impact of AI, and I like to start from the idea that Stefano presented, that we are in a paradigm shift, and we will see in another slide at the end of my presentation. And if we go, of course, AI will affect different sectors, maybe all the sector, and we discuss mainly education and labor market. And about labor market, we discuss that maybe AI will update existing professionality and, of course, creating also new job opportunities like prompt engineering, for example. So even in the social use, in the panel 2, we discuss, of course, these three main concepts: bias, stereotypes, and underrepresentation of minorities. The bias was a concept that we discussed all over the panels, so maybe we have to go deeper in this concept. And if we move on the next slide, we say something more about bias, that bias are in the data, but it's just the mirror of the society. And we have also the problem of AI feedback loop. So AI bias in, bias out, but it is an iterative and exponential process. And of course, another issue we covered during the panel 2 was the gender issue, and in particular, Maria talked about us about the genderization of robots. That is, of course, a theme that we have to explore. So, about another concept that I like to report about the panel 2 was the relation between representation, decision, and action, and how we have to manage this concept considering also human intentionality, because it's, as some colleagues said, that is the first time in humanity evolution that there are something else that is not a human that could make the decision for us and make action without a human behind. So, going to the panel 3, how do you think AI will impact journalism? And in the panel, we saw two different views who think that the effect has not yet unfolded completely, and who argued that many aspects are already changing. And of course, we can see some impact. For example, the rising of new form of revenue stream, and also the ability of this technology to empower the journalist's daily practice. And of course, there is a need also to find a balance between short-term adaptation in terms of organization that work in journalism, the short-term adaptation problem, and at the same time the ability to build a future perspective of, for medium and long term. Okay, we can go to the next slide. And of course, about journalism and AI, from also the AI literacy and the educational point of view, it's important to highlight that we have to cope with two different figures, journalist and journalist student. And a concept that was highlighted during the panel was that mainly the students that are at the end of their studying career, and they are starting their labor career, are frightened by the current situation. And next slide, I think this is the last one for the panel 3. How can AI enhance innovation and creativity? Of course, we saw different way in which AI could improve productivity, like the sending of letters for collecting information from the public organization, but also the ability of this technology to improve the efficacy of some practice, like, for example, providing the ability for journalists to analyze a bunch of different sources of information in less time. And about creativity, one point that was highlighted was that the ability of this model, the recent model, to manage multimodal content, both as an input and as an output, could support the unleashing of creativity in journalism. Panel 4, that was the most complex from my point of view, just because it was completely out of my field of interest. Of course, the main concept was that we have to distinguish between the different terms we used in in this context, so information disorder, disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda. And I think that what is raised during the panel, and also looking at the comment that was collected during the panel, maybe we have to understand if these concepts are really just AI problems or there is something else behind it. And we can go to the panel, to the next slide, of course. And of course, even if the causality between information disorder and political effort is not well demonstrated, the question is, do we have to anticipate problem, or can we wait until they appear and then correct them? And one position highlighted during the panel was that probably yes for the propaganda, but not for the other form of, for which is preferable to focus on transparency requirements. And this is more or less what we covered during the panels. And if we go through the next slide, now start the part of the presentation with some personal consideration about the problem. I think that, of course, we saw during the panels that AI is not just ChatGPT or LLM, but it's, of course, important to say that something changed in October, November 2022, and generative AI, of course, is collecting a bunch of attention. And the reality is that maybe we don't really know yet what generative AI is and what are the large language model, because also in the way in which we named this model is changing over the time. We start calling linguistic large model, but some colleagues start to talk about foundational model, because it's not just a probabilistic problem. It seems that this model have in it some knowledge representation. So they represent more than just the probability of two symbols to appear one after the other. And starting from this consideration, I like the view of large language model like a new form of externalization. It's a continuous loop that Ren Jürgen perfectly described in his book, that at some point in the human history, we have the need to externalize our conceptual understanding of the world. And large language model is a new form of conceptualization. Now the problem is that we have to internalize. And internalize means that we have to update our cognitive function, our social practice, and the way in which we internalize this new conceptualization will change everything, I think. And if we move on the other, of course, this new conceptualization gives us not only open up new possibility, new possible words with the possibility to define new practice, exploring the unknown, defining a new form of journalism in a specific context, but the reality is that they provide us a picture of our society and of human thinking. And this is something that we have to take in account. And to refer to the concept of bias that we discussed all over the panels, bias is, of course, one term that is always called when we talk about AI technology. And of course, the problem define also new processes that are able to ensure the quality of the data that we give as input to this model, but also process that allow to filtering out the production that are not, let me say, politically correct. But the reality is that if we can go to the next slide, is that AI system, by the way they are constructed, and I, of course, referring to large language model, reproduce schema and pattern of common use. And these features are intrinsic in the way which these technologies are constructed. And by exploiting this feature, it could be possible to imagine analytical and research paths that allow us to understand something more about ourselves and also to make us more aware of the problems that are inherent to our society. And the bias problem is just one problem like this. So the bias is in our society, it is not just in the data. So maybe we have to change the way in which we use also technology, and this is the idea is to promote the use of LLM as an investigation tool, a research tool. And of course, bias is just an error in training data, and of course, reducing the presence of bias in the output produced by such model could represent a trivial shortcut. It's create a reality that simply does not exist, so it will be virtual reality, let me say. And we can interpret the bias affected GenAI production as a signal of bias that are not just present in the data, but deeply ingrained in our culture. And GenAI could represent the litmus test of problems that already exist in our society. So this is a way of using technology that could be of interest even for media educators and journalists. We can move to the other. Just a few words about what is happening in computer science. About explainability, I think it's important to just to inform you about recent research trends. One of these is the research is done in order to integrate the two kinds of AI we have, the sub-symbolic AI that is represented by LLM and the symbolic one, the rational one that is the old-fashioned AI that was recalled today. And it is similar to the dual process theory promoted by Kahneman that see the LLM as a representation of the system one and the symbolic AI as a representation of the rational thinking. And there is a research trend in integrating this kind of research. Another very recent update, we can move to, is what is happening in neural network research, because of course this is a technical representation, but this is a quite new version of neural network, the Kolmogorov-Arnold network, that are implicitly more explainable than the old, let me say, neural network. And of course, maybe in the near future we will have a new form of LLM that could be more explainable because the natural feature of this kind of network. And finally, but just to give you some reference that could be of interest, in the framework of an European project called Artificial Intelligence for My Teacher that we closed in the last February, we developed a form of some materials that you can, of course, use because they are distributed in Creative Commons license, and there is a MOOC and also an open textbook that is an attempt to provide you the right level of technicism that could make different people aware of how AI works. And I think it's all. No, the last one. I complete with my talk with an extract from the Thomas Kuhn book, The Structure of Scientific Revolution. We did this exercise in our recently published in March research paper, and we do this kind of exercise, changing the word scientist with teacher and the word research with teaching. And if you go through the text and read just teacher and teaching, but I think it could be the same for media educator or the journalist. I think it's nice to see how Kuhn described the current situation, and it's nothing new on the floor. So it's all from my side. Thank you.
And we will do human augmented AI results based on AI event, this event, okay? So I will ask you to connect to WooClap once again. If you connect by smartphone, you will have limited access. It means that you have just the possibility to put post-it as comments, but if you connect with your computers, you will have also access to the possibility to put circle, arrows, texts, etc. So you have a bit more options. So it will come. It's coming. WooClap is tired too. That's the end of the day for the technical systems. TADAM 2024. Maybe you can share directly from WooClap? Could be the plugin. Not a good moment. Oh yeah, yes, that's the cross perspective. This one, the 8. Yes, and you can show, afficher. Right. So maybe you can zoom in the first one. So this is the first. Whoa, not too much. But you can see it. You have the first panel. So you have the different results from AI-generated mind map, from the discussion, and from the notes taken from the. That's maybe small here, but you can see on your site. And if you. I invite you to read it, to comment it, to use post-it, to make links between things. Be creative. We will use it and we clean it after that. It will be helpful, not big post-it on the. That's a smartphone effect. So you could post it and yes. And you can write in the middle if you want to add something, comment, or you can highlight things. For For example, you can use, for those who have a computer, you can, for example, put circle or things that you think are really, really important. It will be helpful for us because tomorrow morning we will start with the partners to reflect on the priorities of the project. So if you see something that is how I keep it in mind from all the discussions during the panels, and I think it's really important that a kind of priorities for the project. I suggest you to work on that because this is challenging. So, yeah. Ouais, oui, tu nettoies. Ouais, si c'est des post-it vides. Ouais. Yes. C'est vide? Ah. Ah oui. Quite simple. So I invite you to read the mind maps, and if you have comments or things that, for example, is forgotten by the mind map generated, and you think, oh, that's an issue that miss. For example, you can add a post-it and say that's missing. If you see something important, you can highlight it by a square or something. If you see relationship between things, you can use an arrow if you have a computer. Things like that. That's just a way of commenting, in fact. And if you have a general comment, you can put aside and write things. Is it more clear? Yes? Okay. Yeah, but I will do this fast. will use it for tomorrow. It will be the basic as the conclusion from Anwar and the different an introduction from Pierre. Pierre, I will ask you also if you would like to send your presentation. Thanks already. Thank you. You can only click notes. Okay. Oui, oui, okay. Some practical informations before leaving, real practical, but it's more ecological aspects. Do not forget just to put your badge back when you leave, if necessary. We'll bring it back tomorrow if necessary. Also to say that's an information mainly for or their international experts coming to Belgium, but that's everybody is invited. As you know, we will go at 7 o'clock. At 7, I think. At 7 o'clock, we will go to the Grand Place, which is a restaurant here, so we can discuss and continue. We have booked a long table. We know that we have some places, still places. As you know, everybody have to pay, but each partner, for my Saluraya, for example, you are invited, and etc. So it's normal from the different experts, but do not hesitate if you are interested, Pierre or someone, if you are free, or do not hesitate to join and continue discussing. And if you are still inspired, Florian, etc., do not hesitate to complete again this. And thank you for your participation. It was so interesting. I think we get a lot of insights, a lot of perspective, and that's what we expected from today. It will be really helpful. Manuela, I would like really to thank you for this impressive exercise to summarize all those panels and the different views, and to make an oversight and giving also perspectives from your expertise. That's very interesting. It will be a good nurture. Thanks a lot to all of them. We've seen so different discussions, perspectives. That's so interesting, and we see that the topics is important to work, especially for media education actors as we are. So that's it for today, and for the partners, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot.